now, where were we? So, if we're going to jump into continue, and we are going to jump into the mind map, and we are going to just have a look at everything. Okay, so the story is a long time ago that we, as Poirot, arrived at Cassandra van der Bosch and Angeline van der Bosch's home. So Cassandra is Angeline's mother. Angeline had lost a bracelet, and her mother was accusing one of the maids of stealing it, which is Florette. Florette swears on her life she didn't do it, and Elizabeth, the other maid, believes her and asks Poirot to help. Elizabeth, it kind of comes to fruition that Elizabeth and Luke, who I believe was the gardener, they were in love, and they wanted to go away and get married. So that's kind of like a little side plot there going on. So, in between all of this mess, it's found out that Angeline hid the bracelet herself. I'm trying to remember why. Oh my goodness. Let's have a look. Bracelet. Yeah, no idea. Basically, can't remember why. One of the old streams will say, but basically she hid the bracelet and was letting Florette take the blame. Was being very kind of childish about it. Now, Cassandra didn't really believe that this was going on. Florette was sent off on her ass. And the Major came to the house, and he instantly kind of latched onto Cassandra. Was very much like, oh, yeah, no, Cassandra's right. Believe everything Cassandra's saying, and instantly kind of tries to grab Florette and take her to prison, basically. So this happened a good few years ago. And we fast forward a few years, and Poirot gets another letter. And it's from Angeline. And she's grown up, and she is about to get married to Gideon Demir. So they're about to get married, but Angeline receives a very disturbing letter blackmailing her family. She doesn't know what the blackmailer knows. Just that the blackmailer is saying that they know a secret about the Van der Bosch family and is going to release it to the world unless she pays them. She asks her mother if there could be any truth behind it. Her mother is very secretive and very much just tells her daughter to bugger off. So Angeline worries about this and pays the blackmailer off. However, the blackmailer comes back and just wants more money. So she sends a letter to Poirot to come to the wedding festivities and try and find out who is blackmailing her, because she believes it to be probably somebody she's quite close to. So Poirot arrives on the scene, and the Major is there. The Major has very much latched onto the family. This family are struggling for money as well. They've not had much luck in terms of finances ever since Angeline's father and Cassandra's husband passed away a long time ago. And yes, Major Felix is kind of latched on and is very involved in the family. They have Archibald Sterling, who is a butler with the Van der Bosch family as well. He's very stressed out. Basically, the family had, like, the money problems got a little bit better, and they've steadily been getting worse again, so they don't have enough staff. So putting on a wedding party with very limited amounts of staff. Clearly, he's very stressed out. We see Elizabeth again. So she's still with the family, is still a maid in the family. However, it's quite sad because Luke, who she was going to run away with and be married with, he passed away. So we don't know too much around what had happened, just that Luke very suddenly passed away. We ask about Florette, and nobody has seen her since the day of the bracelet going missing. Nobody's seen her, heard from her. They have no idea where she is. And yeah, the Major is still hanging around. Then, in terms of other people who are around, we've got Ernesto da Silva. So he is a factory owner and business entrepreneur. He kind of very much cares for Cassandra, and is kind of in love with her, and because of that, helps her out financially quite often. And then you've got Gideon, the fiance. So he is, he's kind of. It's interesting, that one. We don't know too much about Gideon yet, as to whether he's good or bad per se. He comes from a bit of money, like he helped Angeline pay the ransom. And he and Ernesto have got a little bit of a rift going on, because Ernesto is a factory owner. However, the factories have got union strikes going on, and Gideon is siding with the union strikers. Now, Hugo is the union leader, and Gideon invited Hugo to the party to try to talk to Ernesto to see if the two could come to some kind of agreement. Then we've got Ing. So she is just a servant of the household. Not much is known about her either. Jackie Conrad is a newspaper person, writes, journalist, and was writing an article about Angeline and Gideon. But she's also trying to dig some dirt over the union strikes as well. Then we have Margot. So she is Cassandra's best friend. She is very, very protective of her. And we got Zachariah. He is the brother of Gideon. And he is drunk, very grumpy, kind of is not super close with his brother either, and doesn't seem particularly happy to be there. So the festivities are going on whilst we've been kind of finding out who everybody is. And all of a sudden, we hear this big kerfuffle, and Gideon has punched the Major, and the Major's fallen down. We find out that it is to do with the Major is trying to talk Angeline out of the marriage. And Gideon is obviously very unhappy about this. And I think it's not super clear why he is trying to talk her out of the marriage. Potentially, we think maybe something to do with, like, obviously he's been benefiting from the family for a long time, so maybe another man coming in might affect that. We're still kind of finding out things. So the Major goes off to, deal with his wounded pride and face. So the party carries on without him for a while. All of a sudden, there's a huge scream, and the Major has been found dead. And now, we're trying to figure out who of these lovely people could have done it. So that is a very kind of, I say brief, that was incredibly not brief. But that's a quick overview of things that were going on. So in terms of blackmail, so we're also still trying to find out who the blackmailer is between all of this. So we've got a letter that was sent to Angeline, and then the second letter asking for more money. And then we've got police orders. Okay, so that's that one. We're trying to find out how much the Major knows about the blackmail. So there was one letter that was in the Major's possession, and they are trying to find out whether it was written by the Major or sent to the Major. So it said, "You do not know me, but I know you and your past very well. Years have passed and your actions remain hidden to the world, actions that would shame even the evilest of men. The details so heinous, to include them would surely bring a tear to my eye. Now's the time for the truth to be revealed to all. While not one man is to blame for the final outcome, it was you that brought about the final piece of the puzzle, the one that no one else would. If you wish to remain a free man, fill a brown paper parcel with 5,000 francs addressed to Monsieur Dupont de Barbier and Sons Cobbler before closing this coming Wednesday. While there is time to consider your next move, I would not ponder on it for too long. When the world knows of your crimes, they will surely not ponder long on your punishment." So we don't know if he wrote it or received it. And then we've got his murder going on as well. So there's all these different things happening, and there's a lot of people that really did not like the Major. So we are trying to figure out what we should be doing. Which is easier said than done, because I have no idea who I'm meant to be talking to.
Good morning, Detective. I hope you were comfortable last night.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. The room was more than pleasant, merci. I'm afraid my mind was not in a state to enjoy it to its full potential.
Okay, so this is the morning after.
I can't imagine any of us slept soundly last night.
Hopefully guilt will be weighing heavily on someone's shoulders this morning.
Okay. Perhaps on more than one set.
I'm sorry.
Okay, maybe a little group murder.
On the contrary, your inside knowledge of the guests was of great help to my investigation. But there are many more questions that require answers.
Okay. What were your feelings towards the Major's position in the house? Although the Major's death has taken precedence, there has been a development in the blackmail case. We'll start with the Major.
Position? You mean about him living here?
Oui, even in a house this size, you must see a lot of each other.
I enjoyed having him here. When I was away with Gideon, it was comforting to know Maman was not alone. Although his work with Mr. Da Silva has kept him away from the house.
Oh yes, he was also working with Mr. Da Silva to kind of... It's like a kind of security position.
What can you tell me about their relationship, working or otherwise?
There is not much to tell, only that there is no love lost between them.
Okay,
he was
so
always quite
their
private
business
about his
entailed.
work. I know that he was helping Mr. Da Silva with some safety matters.
I found a check addressed
So let me know
to the
how
Major
sound
from
is.
Monsieur Da Silva. It noted security consulting.
Ah, that's right, security. With his military training, he helped Mr. Da Silva prepare for any trouble with the strikes. A development? Oh, detective, I knew I could count on you.
It may not be the news you had wished for, though. Another letter has been found.
Addressed to me? I don't know how much more I can take of this.
Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle. Although it has been written in the same manner, using similar phraseology, it was not sent for your eyes, rather the Major's. Or at least that is how it seems.
I'm sorry, detective, I don't understand. It is addressed to him or not?
I found it in the Major's study yesterday while conducting my preliminary search. Whether he is the author of the letter or the recipient, I am still yet to discover.
Okay.
Heavens no, he could not do that.
Sure he could.
Did not hesitate for a moment.
Why would he do such a thing? And then to send a letter to himself. It just doesn't make sense.
Merci for your time, mademoiselle. You are to a detective what an umbrella is to a traveler on a wet day.
Useful?
Exactement.
Right. Okay. So, we have a link to establish. So, Angeline disputes the Major being the blackmailer. And Angeline knows the Major well and has a positive impression of him. Just double
Things
check.
are
Yeah,
beginning to
okay.
become clearer.
Yeah, okay, so Angeline is attached to the Major. Good to know. Okay. So it is morning, so I guess we'll just chat with everybody. To be like, hello.
Good
How
morning,
are you
Detective.
doing?
You
Are you
slept well?
feeling guilty about any murders you may have committed recently?
I'm afraid I did not. I was hoping for at least a moment of pleasant slumber, but alas, it was not to be. Finding the Major's killer is the only thing that will put my mind at ease.
In that case, Detective, what can I do to help?
Okay, while watching the snowfall last night, I swear I saw the silhouette of a figure standing in the garden.
In that snow? If someone was out there, we'd have another body on our hands.
I realize how strange it sounds. I would not believe it myself if I had not seen it with my own eyes.
Staff have reported seeing things in the dark before, but it always just turns out to be shadows. It was likely just your mind playing tricks.
Nah.
I'm afraid our Lizzie is not well. I think the events of yesterday were too much for her. We'll have to just make do without her this morning.
Okay.
As Wordsworth once stated, rest and be thankful. Perhaps a chance of peace and relaxation will work wonders.
So Elizabeth is not around.
She is currently eating breakfast alone in the dining room. It's how she prefers it. But if you wish to speak with her now...
Oh god, that would piss her off. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
would,
we will check
but
the
I'm
garden
afraid
first.
I found this morning that the telephone lines aren't working. The snow continued through the night and must have damaged them.
Or someone else damaged
Even
them.
if we could use the telephone, I don't think anyone would be able to reach us.
In that case, it will be up to myself alone to solve the case.
I'll let you know if anything changes. But until some of the snow clears, enough for the carriages to arrive, we are snowed in.
Bum, bum, bum. It means the murderer can't leave.
Taken care of. Master Dramir and his brother, after sobering up, helped me move him into the cellar. Best place for the time being.
Très bien. I imagine there is no reason for anyone to go down there.
Besides me, no one. Once this snow clears, we will be able to move him from the house.
Okay.
Our assistance has been most valuable as always.
No, can't go to the butler's pantry. Let's chat to some more folks.
Countess, I wonder if I could ask you some questions.
That is it, detective? No small talk? No inflating of one's ego?
No, Margot,
I am
he's
afraid
busy.
not,
There
Countess.
is a murder.
With the murderer still loose in the house, my mind is rather preoccupied.
Well then, detective, perhaps I can be of some assistance.
Pardon me.
Comment, madame?
I thought you might like to know what I found on the Major's body.
Oh.
That certainly piqued your interest.
A man has been murdered, and you find it acceptable to fool around and joke.
Oh, what a
please,
bitch.
detective. Do you really think so little of me? Archibald asked for my assistance. He knows of my medical training from my days as a nurse, and I thought I would be able to help. Even if it has been some years.
It was not his place to grant you access to the body.
I shall remember to keep my assistance to myself next time. A single stab wound, which you no doubt already knew. The knife was held in their right hand. I would say their predominant hand.
Okay, so our murderer is right-handed.
Judging by the depth of the wound, I would say there was no great force put into the strike. More a sign of defense than attack. If I had to say what weapon was used, a small sharp knife or dagger.
Okay.
I understand it may be difficult for one to keep such information to yourself, but I ask you to try. Your involvement has already tainted my investigation.
You are welcome, detective.
S'il vous plaît, Comtesse. Keep this information to yourself.
Okay. So let's talk to Gideon now. Get all
Bonjour,
the info
Monsieur
we
Denis.
can.
Detective Poirot, how are you?
The truth, monsieur. With each step towards uncovering the blackmailer, I am thrown 2 steps back as to the identity of the Major's killer.
Is there something I can help you with?
Okay, after investigating crime scenes yesterday, I asked Monsieur Sterling to move the body. Wednesday, I noticed the Major's safe was locked. Would you know who has access?
Archibald came to me and asked for my help in the matter. My brother and I dealt with it.
Merci for your help. It is a job that only the professionals should have to undertake.
It's a job that had to be done, although it may have affected my brother more than I.
How so?
It's
At the
interesting
sight
to
of the
know.
body, the color drained from his face. Once we had reached the cellar, Zakaria took himself straight off to bed, without even a good night. I have
Have
not
you
seen
spoken
him
with
since
your
last
brother?
night. I'm sure he will have been fine after a good night's sleep.
He's probably already drinking.
He does not need his younger brother checking in on him.
Perhaps that is exactly what he requires.
I'm not sure what he told you yesterday, Detective, but he's a big boy. He can look after himself.
I worry that may not be the case, monsieur. His time in the war came up in conversation more than once during our conversations.
He's still talking about it? I thought talking to the doctor would have stopped all of that. Felix and Madame Vandenbosch are the only ones with keys, as far as I'm
Oh,
aware.
Archibald. Oh, thank God.
Oh, and Archibald.
I was
sure
going to
I
say,
heard
if that's the
Felix
big
asking him
Cassandra
to
we
return
talked to,
something
we're not going to get
once.
into that safe ever.
Merci.
Yeah. Probably didn't think it was relevant. Right, let's go back to him then and ask for the key.
Whatever you need.
Oh,
You're
okay, we cannot. Well, let's head to the garden instead then. Oh my God. Okay. So we need to find evidence of the figure.
Ah.
So there's a lighter. Okay, so it's the Major's lighter. Oh, footprints. There is no way that those footprints, with the amount of snow that's here, there is no way that they would have still been able to have seen footprints.
Ah.
Nothing by the looks of it. Exit is impossible. bird feeder. I mean, that's
Ah.
not going to be anything, is it?
Aha.
I guess we just keep searching. I don't know whether it will like ping and let us know once it's found everything. So it's garden tool. Seen those. I feel like there must be something around here. It's such a large area for there to just be nothing. Oh, something came up over there.
Oh.
Okay. So a lot of random useless stuff currently. I'm really hoping that it will tell us once we've seen everything, because otherwise I'm just gonna be wandering around here like, help. Anything up here? Getting a whole lot of nothing. What happens if I jump into here? Is there... Okay, yeah, so it's still telling me to inspect the garden, so it means that I am missing something. Zachariah was shocked by the sight of the corpse. Zachariah went to therapy. And Gideon claims that Archibald has access to the safe.
I must act on thought. Another
Okay,
success.
cool. Heard of men returning physically from war, but their mind remains on the battlefield. Zachariah may have shell shock. Talk to Gideon. But first, we must continue to search the garden for whatever random crap there is. Maybe I just need to click on this exit is impossible. Wait. House is completely... Ooh, I got an achievement. Sunken Secrets. House is completely snowed in. Doesn't look like we'll be going anywhere anytime soon. Snow is still falling and hardly dressed the occasion. Perhaps Madam just finished short breakfast. Okay, that's fine. Typical. I just needed to go and click on the door. Right. Let's go talk to Gideon about his bro. Can't remember what the French word is for it, so never mind.
If it will help you find... When he returned from the war, he was a different man. Everything became about what he had seen.
I cannot speak from experience, but I can only imagine the horrors he must have witnessed.
The first weeks he would wake in the night, screaming. I found him one night, cowering behind the desk in the study. When I tried to help him out from beneath it, well, it was the first time I had ever feared for my life.
That is not why you two are no longer close?
Not at all, Detective. We were always very different in nature. While I had always wanted to follow an academic path, Zachariah was more of a free spirit. Or at least as free as our father and the laws would allow.
And yet, he ended up in the military. Quite the contrast.
Our father demanded that he at least try to do something with his life. And when some of his friends joined the army, he signed up with them. It wasn't long before he moved out from the family home after his return
An achievement
from the
called
army.
Zachariah Demir.
I always assumed that he had put the war and everything
I guess
that
it's
came
like
with it behind him.
something to do with like finding out his story.
Now I see that is far from the truth.
Okay. Cool, so we've done that. So we need to talk to Cassandra. Please be finished with breakfast. Okay, well, she is finished.
Bonjour, madame. May I offer my condolences for your loss?
Thank you, Detective, but they are not necessary. What can I do for you?
She's so rude.
I was hoping you would be prepared to answer some questions.
If I must. I'm sure you're aware he was not the easiest man to get along with. His hot temper made him a number of foes.
A hot temper is reason enough to kill a man.
His mouth often acted before his brain. Perhaps
Oh, we've all known
someone
people
had
like
grown
that.
tired of dealing with it. I assume you are talking about the supposed blackmail letter.
Oui, madame. You know of it?
It arrived shortly after the first. Rather coincidental, if you ask me.
I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to say, madame.
He no doubt had secrets hidden away. But do you honestly think Felix had anything of value to his name worth threatening him for?
Perhaps you should enlighten me.
Well, he was here, living in my house, eating my food, prepared by my staff. Does that answer your question, Detective?
No.
I wouldn't put it past him to have written it himself, in the hopes of getting some sympathy from me.
Oh, how wrong he would be to think that he would ever get Cassandra's sympathy.
And the other letter?
He probably wrote those too. If Angeline paid the first, that would have given him the money to pay the second letter. He is the White Knight, saves the day, and expects to live here happily ever after.
Okay, so Cassandra isn't as close to the Major, or should I say loyal to the Major, as we'd first assumed.
Seeing as I heard Mr. Becker's in what I would describe as an unnecessarily loud exchange of words yesterday,
Becker's
would be
is
my
the
first
union
suspect.
leader, I believe.
You heard them yourself.
how could I not? The volume they were shouting at, I could hear them from the study in my room.
You did not think it fitting to tell me this yesterday?
Oh, Poirot, do not push your
I
luck,
didn't
honey.
think Felix was going to wind up dead and a murderer loose in my house. My apologies, Detective.
I mean, that's fair, Cassandra.
What is it you wish to know?
You two have been friends for some time now. And while I do not mean to pry, has your relationship only...
If you are trying to insinuate that Mr. De Silva and I are running around like schoolchildren, you could not be further from the truth. He was friends with my husband, for goodness sake.
Oui, I understand they worked together. Investments, if I am correct.
Mr. De Silva was the voice of reason that my husband should have listened to more often, instead of throwing our money at businesses that were already on the verge of bankruptcy.
Merci, madame. I shall not bother you any further.
Okay, so now let's go talk to the lady in the kitchen. Have we been in the kitchen yet? It's cute.
Huh.
Okay, let's chat to Rihanna.
Bonjour, madame. You must be the wonderful cook.
This is a
Wonderful
new
and
character.
modest, sir. I am Rihanna.
My taste buds thank you for the ravishing meal last night. It has been some time since I ate so well.
Glad to hear it, sir.
S'il te plaît, madame. A detective is fine.
In that case, mademoiselle is fine for me, and I will ignore your presumption of marriage.
Très bon, mademoiselle.
Okay, let's
I
also
did.
go up the ice.
Monsieur Archie told me what had happened. Bruises can swell fast, so I took him some ice to bring it down.
Monsieur Sterling told me it was a major request of the ice. Okay, so that's the second time that what Monsieur Sterling has told us hasn't exactly added up.
How was the Major when you saw him?
Grumpy, as always.
I suppose one would not take kindly to being punched as he was.
Punched or not, he was as ungrateful as ever. That's right. I've seen staff come and go, but a house always needs a trustworthy cook.
I agree. But if I was to eat what you prepare every day, I fear I may be the size of La Maison.
Worth
Not
it.
a bad thing, detective. You could do with some meat on your bones.
Well, with the snow still not clearing, we may be stuck here for the weekend. Perhaps I should look to adjust my pantalon buttons.
Poirot, that sounds very inappropriate.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
Okay, we are returning to the Great Hall. Ugh, still can't get rid of this stupid cough. Oh, come on. There we go, Poirot. We found the door. Congrats. Okay. Kind of want to ask Archie about some stuff.
Whatever you need.
Still
Your
can't
assist-
ask him anything. That's annoying. Okay, I've got to do a link here. Rihanna said the Major didn't thank her. Rihanna and the ice. Cassandra believes the blackmailer was the murderer. Let's try.
Order and
No?
method.
Okay. That one?
Some would
There we
say
go.
a lucky
Okay.
guess.
Angeline and Cassandra have different impressions of the Major. There must be a reason for this. Okay, so I need to talk to Angeline. What's my phone pinging for? Nothing. Okay, let's talk to Angeline. Oh. Let's go. There we go.
Is there something I can help you with, detective? You have got the wrong end of the stick, detective. Maman has snapped at him recently, but it was nothing more than that.
Oh, posture check. Thank you, Dusty.
It was something to do with the letter. I heard them in the library before Maman shouted and he stormed out of the room past me.
Could it have been the blackmail letter that instigated their argument?
Why would Maman be upset with him over the letter?
Madame is of a very different opinion from yourself regarding his connection with the letters. She believes him to be the author.
That is what she told you? She has always been one to make a quick, if not rash decision, but she cannot truly believe that. I don't recall telling him directly. I did not want Maman to find out it had been paid. If he knew, surely she would.
Madame believes he may have been behind all the letters, and taking your payment of the first, then used it to pay the second and be the hero in you and your mother's eyes.
I never knew Maman had such an imagination. Where would she get a story like that from?
That is a question I was hoping you may be able to answer.
You have met him. Do you really think he's capable of such a devious plan?
Yes.
It is a plan only the most crooked and underhanded could create. Is that the Major? I am not so sure. I shall not keep you any longer.
Okay. What do we need to do next? So, Angeline questions Cassandra's reasoning behind the blackmail. Cassandra wasn't happy with the Major.
This will not get me any closer to my... I cannot see the logic in this. Is there something I am...
Oh. Cassandra wasn't happy with the Major and Gideon paid it off.
What
Why
a
those
revelation.
two, wonder if the blackmail had a greater effect on their relationship than expected. Okay. I'm not quite sure what this one's
Is there
talking about
something
yet.
I'm afraid it had been that way for some time. Maman is not forthcoming with her emotions, as I'm sure you are aware. But I could tell she had not been happy with their arrangement for the last few months.
What gave you that impression?
There was not one particular thing that she expressed. It was just the way she spoke to him and of him when he wasn't present.
Good to know.
I shall not...
Everything that's required, Monsieur Sterling should be able to assist me in gaining access to the mayor's study. Yes. I want to see what's in the safe.
Whatever you need. Certain.
Okay. Oh. Okay, the area's been ransacked. Interesting. Was he looking for something in particular in the Major's documents? These accounts have been thoroughly rifled through. Major recently taken out a large loan with an astronomical interest rate. That's not good.
Oh.
Striking relationship between mother and child. Aw, that's cute. Ripped photo though. Oh, the safe has been opened.
Huh.
With scratches around it. Half-sealed letter addressed to Madame from the Major. My dearest Cassandra, it feels as though it's been an age since I've been able to set my eyes on you. A day I've waited for so impatiently. I keep the photograph of us together at the lake close to my heart. Always, I cannot wait to see how young Angeline has grown. Her beauty will surely reach that of her mother's. I hope the gifts from the Orient reached you fine. They are really something to behold. The work that has kept me away from Sondheim is drawing to a close, and I'll be returning to the continent within the month. At your request, I have found accommodation in the city. Pains me to think of being so close and yet unable to be with you every moment, but if it eases your worry, I shall not continue to question it. I will arrange for a visit to the house. An old friend returning will surely raise minimal reasonable suspicions. I understand that the Viscount is also currently out of the country. I hope you have not felt the strain of loneliness take over, and it will not be long until we are reunited. Until that day, until the end of mine, my heart is yours, Major Felix Hagen. Oh no, Cassandra. Dirty girl. That is not good. What else have we got? There's something else, isn't there? Anything? It's still telling me to investigate, isn't it? Maybe not. It's not saying anything about them. Okay. Large loan. High interest rate.
The pieces of the puzzle.
The Major paid the letter that was addressed to him. He must have been worried enough that something would be released to the public, but what? So the Major played the blackmail. And the unsent letter. Major confessed his love for
Come,
Cassandra.
I must take a different approach. Order and method. That... I should not be surprised by...
Hidden photos of them, along with Angeline's attachment to him, proves he cared deeply for them. The Major cared about Cassandra and Angeline. Hidden photos of them, along with Angeline's attachment to him, proves he cared deeply for them.
This will not get me any...
Maybe confessing his love for
Come,
Cassandra? Nope.
Graysons.
Why he didn't send the letter?
See the logic.
Nope. Cassandra and the Major's relationship issues. Oh, okay.
Magnifique.
I believe the Major would do everything to remain in the comfortable life he's accustomed to, but would he stoop so low as to fake a blackmail letter? The Major faked the blackmail?
Another success.
The evidence shows the Major was not the author of the blackmail letter. The Major was a victim, just like Mademoiselle Angeline. Whoever it is that is penning those letters knows a great deal about many people. I wonder how many more have received similar letters. Okay. So we've managed to confirm that the Major is not the blackmailer. Cool, okay, so... that is good to know. Okay. The uncertain connection between the Major and the ransom has been resolved. The Major was being blackmailed. The letters were not written by his hand. What remains unresolved is why the Major was being blackmailed. 2 cases of extortion under one roof. The question of their relationship must be asked. The Major's secret is anything but obvious from his letter. I now have a blackmailer and a murderer and their weapon to find. If the correct process is followed, they shall all be found swiftly. I should take my leave. This room has already revealed enough insights into the Madame and Major's lives. Do you think Major and
Detective
Angeline were,
Poirot,
becoming a
I have been
thing?
asked
Because
to
that would
inform
be
you that
creepy.
Lady Vandenbosch has returned to her room, and she wishes not to be disturbed.
Merci.
Right, fair.
Madame certainly has mastered the art of subtlety.
They may not be the exact words she used, but I'm sure you can imagine. Excuse me, I have some further duties to attend to in the pantry.
Okay, what do we need to do? Take this opportunity to search the top floor. Okay. Where is the storage room? Okay. Children's toys.
Oh.
Considering they've been kept in a storage room, they are almost all in perfect condition. Time is going to take to build such a wonderful piece as an art form. That means absolutely nothing. A book. Lone storybook rests here, obviously been read a great number of times, and judging by the condition of the spine and pages. So, to the real lady of the house, happy birthday. Watching you grow into a proper young lady has been more than words can describe. All my love, Felix. Oh god, is he the dad? Okay, so he's either the dad or he's boinking Angeline. Not both. Cannot seem to get a straight answer from anyone regarding the Major. I know he's been friends with Madame van der Bosch for some years, but I must find out if it was anything more. Okay, Angeline attached to the Major. Major resided with the family for a long time. The Major was not the author. Gift from the Major. Tricky.
Is there something? I must take a different approach if... I must act on
High interest rate. And the Major resided with the family for a long time. How do those two work? Seems the Major had lived rather comfortably in the Van der Bosch house for many years. So maybe it was going to not be very comfortable anymore? Is he getting kicked out or something? Okay, I think that's everything. Talk to Angeline. Cool. We should not do that. she would be pierced if we went into her room. Okay, time to speak with Madame Angeline again. Mademoiselle Angeline, I should say. She should be able to give us valuable pieces of the puzzle. Golly, there she is.
Poirot, are you any closer to uncovering the truth of Felix's involvement with the letter?
I am, mademoiselle. I can confirm that he was not the author of the blackmail letters.
So the author is still out there?
Oui, but it will not be long before they are apprehended, and the only letters they shall be penning will be from behind iron bars.
Your confidence is rather assuring. Thank you, Detective.
Okay.
I haven't seen that book in so long. Yes, it was a gift for my 10th birthday. I have read it from cover to cover countless times. He left such a lovely inscription too.
It sounds as though there is a side to the Major I did not get to see. Was it common for him to bring you gifts?
Not common, but if he had been away for some time, he would bring me a small memento from his travels. He hasn't done that in some time, though.
Okay.
There were
Toys.
I'm afraid they may have gathered some dust being in the storage room for so long. I kept them in hope of giving them to my child when the time comes.
It sounds as though he had always cared about you.
His presence at the house was comforting for us both after father died, even if sometimes he was a little too overprotective.
Major support
That's right.
of
Ever since
her
I can
mother.
remember, Felix has been around.
It seems as though she has a number of support networks. The Major, her friendship with the Countess, not forgetting Monsieur da Silva.
Maman has many friends. I know how she may seem to most, but once you break the hard shell...
There is a further shell waiting to be broken.
Poirot.
Very good, detective.
Forgive me,
We're
mademoiselle.
talking about her mother.
I
Be
only
nice.
It's quite alright. You're not the only one that feels a razor tongue. She's grateful you are here, especially now, whether she shows it or not.
Okay. Comment about the current guests.
I'm sorry, detective. I did not intend to leave your mind so full of thoughts.
No apology is required. It actually made me question my whole chain of thinking. What if there had been a collusion between them, and the Major's murder was planned, organized, and orchestrated to make the investigation seem almost impossible?
Oh my, detective, that is quite a theory.
Every guest has a motive. You confirmed that with the mention of Mademoiselle Conrad and the Major's fight. Supplying one another with a rock-solid alibi would surely throw off any detective.
But not you.
Correct, mademoiselle. It would take much more to stamp Detective Poirot.
They have often come to blows when it concerns Maman. They are both trying to protect her, but they themselves cannot seem to get along.
She spoke of his desire to join the, how do you describe it? Social elite.
I like his little pocket square. It's cute.
This isn't the first time she has vocalized that concern. She thinks the Major was just using our family name to make his way to the top.
And you do not agree?
I will not deny he has shown interest in Maman's social circles, but they have been friends since even before I was born. Surely all those years of friendship was not just to raise his social standing.
Oh god, yeah, he's definitely daddy then, isn't he?
How do you mean, detective?
I imagine a house of this size is rather costly, keeping it in the immaculate condition it is in.
Maman looks after the financial side of the house, but I think she has had to ask him more than once for a contribution of sorts. It is not for me to get involved.
I shall not
Okay. Oh no. We're gonna have to bully. Okay. What do I need to do? What do I need to do? Do I need to go upstairs? This isn't gonna be fun, is it?
Detective Poirot, what do you think you are doing in here?
I have something I wish to discuss with you.
Well, I hope it is important enough to justify barging into one's bedroom.
Is that a bust of herself?
I assure you it is.
Good, because this has gone on far too long. We are snowed in this house while a murderer runs amok.
I can understand your frustrations, but it is not as simple.
You were once an incompetent officer, and now it seems you are just as incompetent as a detective.
Oh, Cassandra, ever charming.
If I was
Never
not
change.
being lied to and misled at every turn, perhaps the murderer would already be in custody.
I hope you are not suggesting I had something to do with Felix's murder.
I am suggesting that if I had the support that everyone claims they are offering, we would be in a very different situation.
Oh my
If you
god,
have something
Poirot.
you want to ask, I suggest you ask me now. I'm sure he has hundreds of letters in there. Most of them could and should have been thrown away a long time ago. You are going to have to be more specific.
I refer to the letter addressed to you, the one of a romantic nature.
Romantic nature? Please, Detective. Felix did not have a romantic bone in his body.
I mean, he might have had
His
one.
intentions quite clear in the letter. I must admit, I myself was surprised.
You really do have quite the active imagination, Detective. If that is how you wish to interpret it, so be it. But I can assure you, the Major did not think of me that way, and certainly did not include it in a letter.
Why not just show her the
Angeline was
letter?
born, so he was often at the house when she was growing up.
And where was it you two met?
I was attending an event. Felix was also in attendance as a serving officer. A conversation was struck.
So, it was not through the Viscount that you two met?
I did not require my husband to start conversations on my behalf.
It was you that instigated
Yes,
it then.
girl.
My, Detective. That
Oh my
active
god.
imagination of yours has
Just
taken
show
on
her the bloody
quite some
letter.
Edwin spent much of his time away on business before Angeline was born. Felix was a welcome distraction from the
What
loneliness
kind
the
of
house.
distraction, Cassandra? Huh?
You were alone in the house.
The staff continued their duties, of course, but trying to get any sort of sophisticated or cultured conversation from them was
Such
like
a charmer.
drawing blood from a stone.
And when Angeline was born?
Edwin remained at home. It was his duty as a father.
And the Major?
He had his own business and life to tend to, but we remained in touch via letter. Around the time of Edwin's passing, Felix had relocated to the area.
Interesting, interesting. Quite a coinky dink.
I think that is all for...
Really? That's it? That's all we have?
Hmm.
We're just...
Aha.
Oh god, we're so gonna get told off, aren't we?
Huh. Ah.
Okay, so Major returned after the Viscount's death. Cassandra claims the Major didn't love her. Cassandra met the Major before. Angeline was born.
I must
No?
act on thought,
Okay.
order, and method.
Apologies if you can hear shouting in the background. I really hope you guys aren't able to hear what on earth is going on. That
I
one?
must take
I
a
don't
different
know.
approach if I am...
Previous birthday gift. Cassandra.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would...
It's obvious that the Major cared for Cassandra. That is no surprise to anyone. Okay, so yeah, we will want to talk to Cassandra again.
The pieces of the puzzle...
With the Viscount gone, the Major stepped up and acted as a fatherly figure to Angeline. Okay, let's go back to Cassandra, who's going to be
This
to
is...
us.
He may have stayed in my home, but Felix was a grown man, Detective. What he kept, hidden or otherwise, has nothing to do with me.
But it does not surprise you that he had such a photograph?
We have been friends, and he has been there for Angeline for many years, but you find it strange that he keeps a reminder of us? Perhaps that says more about you, Detective.
What I do find strange is that if he did hold a flame for you, why he would never express it.
If he did, it was not reciprocated. I have not even considered another since my husband's passing. Not that it is any of your business.
Just show her
I
the
think that
bloody
is all-
letter. Just fix everything. Cassandra says she's not considered another partner since the Viscount. Could I have missed a sign of her commitment to the Major?
This will not
Nope.
get me
Okay.
any... What a revelation!
As much as she tries to deny it, Cassandra shared the Major's feelings in some capacity. Oh boy. Oh, she's
Is
gonna kill
this
us.
re-
Push on why Cassandra's house the
Who
Major
I
for so
allow
long.
in my
Oh no.
house is none of your business. I do not have to explain anything to you.
I did not think you were one for charity.
I would not expect you to think much of anything. There is no need to talk on it any further, but I'm sure you will remember that, financially speaking, we have had our issues.
I have all the evidence I need to confront Madame van der Bosch. It is my approach to the questions that I must consider. She will no doubt be defensive when pushed, but that may be the only way, as she will not give up any information that she does not want to easily. Okay, so we want to push.
He was a man that required no protection, Detective, especially from me.
That is the impression I had of him, which is why your defensive stance warrants questioning.
Your insistent questioning on such trivial matters are getting on my last nerve. There is a murderer and a blackmailer to be found. That is your job here.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna keep.
Continued
I don't
into
think that
something
worked.
does not. There is nothing I can tell you that will magically present what you are looking for, Detective. I have grown weird. I have
Nope.
explained this to you already,
Madame,
and you continue to get on.
but when it...
Believe
Because
what?
we're gonna have to do this one again, so we're just gonna.
Who I
Right, let's just keep. We're just gonna jump through all this. Okay, so we
He
do
was a
forceful
man-
first.
That is the impression.
Suggestive.
How many times do I have to tell you? There was no romantic feelings between us.
And then shed love.
Madame, you continue to withhold the truth.
And you continue to get on my last nerve. I am not obliged to tell you every detail of my private life.
But when it impedes my investigation...
If only you were this focused on finding the blackmailer and...
Madame,
Very well. I did not lie about how we met. I was attending an event, raising money for... Oh, I cannot recall now. It had been some time since I had returned home, and was rather missing English soil. I was aware of Felix's invitation, or at least that there was to be several British officers attending the party, and that is where our friendship began. He was a warm reminder of home, and I enjoyed conversing with him. We shared walks in the park and read together. As I said, he was a welcome distraction from the days spent alone. I shall go no further with the details, but I will say, I had no intention on being unfaithful to my husband. It was never our plan to go that far. Once I found out I was pregnant, I knew it had to stop.
Who's the daddy?
the Viscount never questioned Mademoiselle's birth?
In his mind, he had no reason to, and he shouldn't have had to. It was my mistake to bear. If he knew the truth, our lives would have been ruined. I told Felix that he was to stay away. but he had no intention to. He became an uncle figure to Angeline, and they grew closer after Edwin's death. I could not tell her the truth. Too much time had passed.
Uh-oh.
The secret.
Okay, so I'm
remained
guessing that
only
that
between
is the secret that the blackmailer knew about.
until
Was that Angeline is Cassandra and Felix's love baby.
And what were the Major's thoughts on revealing the truth?
he wanted to tell her everything. He wanted her to know exactly who he was, but I told him no. It would not have been the poignant reconciliation that he expected. She would not understand. I tried to retrieve them from the safe after everyone had retired last night. But when I opened the safe, they were nowhere to be found. I assumed he must have hidden them somewhere else.
When I entered the study this morning, they were as visible as a red notice on a police station wall.
I would appreciate if you did not compare them to the face of a wanted felon.
Fair.
Pardon,
But that does mean someone else in the house has seen them. I don't understand. Why would they return them?
a mystery that is still yet to be solved.
Madame was beaten to the safe by another. It seems we also have a thief within these walls. But a thief that returns their spoils.
Must be. But I have told no one.
And the Major?
Felix promised me he wouldn't tell a soul, and I believed him. But even if he wanted to.
The Major had let slip even once throughout the years, perhaps in an intoxicated state. It is a secret that many would seek to an opportunity to gain
You
from.
did not think anyone knew, and
Okay.
that is why you disregarded the letter.
If you bow to these criminals, they will only try to claw more from you.
Good to
I
know.
think that is all for now.
What a
Merci,
bombshell.
madame.
Okay, so now we need to find out why the Major was also being blackmailed. 2 cases of extortion under one roof. The question of their relationship must be asked. Major's secret is anything but obvious from his letter. Should take my leave. This room's already revealed enough insights into Madame and Major's life. Had my suspicions that Madame van der Bosch and the Major shared a romantic relationship, but I did not expect the revelation of his connection to Mademoiselle Angeline. I am now one of the very few that holds Madame's secret. Okay, so we've done that one. So, we now need to exit this room. Archie.
Detective
He had a
Poirot,
key to the safe.
how is your investigation coming?
Monsieur Starling, I must admit, I have learned much more than I was expecting to.
You'll be wrapping the case up soon, then.
One has never finished learning, monsieur, and in this case, I shall need to continue if I am to find the Major's killer.
It might help to vocalize your thinking. I'm all ears.
Well, that's suspicious. Monsieur Sterling offers an interesting concept. If I was to state the current position of my investigation while holding back certain truths, the guilty parties may realize I am hot on their heels and reveal
Monsieur,
their hand.
would you gather the guests and staff in the salon?
Interesting.
Right away, Detective. Can I ask for what reason?
I shall reveal all once everyone is together.
Chapter 6. The Surge. I believe there's 10 chapters. So I'm guessing we won't be finishing it
Detective.
tonight.
What is the meaning of all this?
Unless we stay real
Madame.
late.
I ask that you all lend me your ears for only a few moments. What I have to say is of great significance to everyone. You are all invited here to celebrate the engagement of Mademoiselle Angeline van den Bosch and Monsieur Gédéon Demire, the coming together of 2 prevalent families. But the celebrations were short-lived, as Major Felix Egan was found dead in his study by a young servant of the house. It then became my responsibility and obligation as a detective to uncover the truth behind his demise. My initial examination of his study exposed a number of things I did not expect to find. Things I have no desire to divulge at this time, but what I can say is this. It was no simple murder. A letter demanding ransom for a continued silence confirmed this. I am sure some, if not all of you, have heard whispers of a series of blackmails that have plagued the social elite in recent weeks. After hearing of the letters in the Major study, you may ask if it was him behind the letters. You may further ask if he was preparing his next threat to another unsuspecting victim. It is a question that crossed even my mind. That was until I sought the truth. That in fact it was the Major that had fallen victim to our blackmailer Mystérieux. Last night I spoke with you all, confirmed your whereabouts in the house over the course of the evening, and while I would have expected such questioning to
why is
reveal
his
a
mouth not
potential
moving?
suspect, what I learned
It's
was that
looking
it could not have
menacingly.
been one of you.
What do you mean, not one of us? The man was stabbed. He hardly did that to himself. There is still a killer in the house.
Pardon, monsieur, if you would allow me to finish. It could not have been only one of you. Rather a partnership, in cahoots, if you will. Conversations today have revealed facts that I was not expecting to discover. And although they may have muddied and complicated my investigation, what I must do to bring the guilty parties to justice has become clearer. Those of you that spun stories in an attempt to confuse and derail my investigation have made a grave mistake in underestimating my intelligence. Other detectives may fall for such deception, but I can assure you, Detective Poirot is no such fool. My investigation is far from over, and swift justice shall be dealt to those that have committed such appalling acts and have continued to mislead and lie to protect themselves. Now, I must continue mon enquête, and I shall leave you to consider that you may be beside a cold-hearted killer. Bonsoir. Monsieur
Bonsoir.
Sterling, un moment.
It's evening already?
Quite the speech, detective.
Merci, but it was not made to entertain. More
Yeah,
to
no,
warn the
bonsoir is
guilty
good evening,
parties
isn't
that
it?
I am hot on their heels,
God.
no matter
My
how
French is
clever
not good.
they believe themselves to be.
Well, if there is anything I can do. Nothing. But I was so preoccupied with the Major. Sorry, detective. Should I have?
Perhaps it was just my mind playing games again.
Maybe one of the guests got lost and wandered in. Master Hagen had a key, obviously, and Lady Vandenbosch. When requested, aye. If something is required from there when Master Hagen is not around.
Forgive me. If he is not around, how is it you access the safe?
It's not what you think,
What I think is that you have been trusted with a copy of the key, and you have lied to me about it.
I only lied because of the trouble I can get into with Lady Vandenbosch.
Oh.
At this moment, monsieur, you should be more worried about the trouble you shall find yourself in with the law.
I know how it will sound, but I lost my key. I must have set it down somewhere, and it has been tidied away. Master Hagen asked so rarely for me to go in the safe, I didn't think it would be missed.
Oh dear.
I should have said this morning. I'm sorry.
Monsieur, I am not quite sure you understand the severity of what has happened.
I am well aware, detective. I just thought she would be able to help.
Would you allow a man with a smoking gun to remove his bullet from a victim's chest?
I suppose not. Is that really necessary?
Yeah.
The murderer remains at large, and there is still no sign of the weapon. I would say that makes them essential.
Of course.
It may be hard to imagine. I would like to begin my searches now. Since it is closest, I will start with the west wing.
I may not be back when you return. Here is the key to the other rooms. Please return it when you're done.
Merci. I shall guard it with my life.
Unlike what you did, Archie, let the key go missing. Which one's the Comtesse's room? Okay. So we're looking for evidence of collusion. Oh, it's hardly gonna be easy enough to search in the rooms whilst they're there.
Detective, what a pleasure. I did not expect to see you in my chambers.
In a purely professional capacity, I can assure you.
There is no need to act so stiff, Detective.
Madame, after the revelation of your actions last night, I'm afraid my sense of humor is all but gone.
I will not apologize again for merely trying to help. Shall we get straight to it then? Let us not waste your time any further, Detective. That would be Inge. She has been one of the most promising young women that has come from the shelter.
Madame Vandenbosch took in a young lady from your shelter.
There is no need to sound so surprised, Detective. She does have a heart.
I don't know, we've not fucking seen one.
I did not mean to sound so cruel. I just did not expect Madame to hire someone of that background after the incident with her previous maid, Florette.
People change, Detective. You should not judge someone on their past actions.
Well,
We wouldn't be doing a
that's
very
about
good job
work.
if I could only help one girl. I in fact found work for one of them as a maid in Monsieur da Silva's house recently.
Oh, maybe they're like a little like maid network.
she has fitted into Monsieur's home well.
What is better, Detective? That she remained in an abusive house, or she is able to rebuild her life with an honest wage in a prosperous house?
When put like that. Is she happy in her position?
The happiest she has been in years. I check in with them all as often as possible. And if there was a problem, I would know. Be careful, Detective. That almost sounded like a compliment.
It is your actions
Can't
in
have
this
that.
house that have been questionable, Madame. Your work outside is something that many more could take note of.
We do what we can.
Okay.
Merci.
Now we search the room.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Grandfather clock. Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
Ah.
Oh, first aid kit. Has unlocked a conversation. Present for family. Window.
Huh. Huh.
I think that's everything in the room.
Go ahead, Detective. A compliment and now an apology. Well, Detective, you certainly have changed your tune.
There was something I was still unsure of. You mentioned that your training was some years ago.
From my days as a nurse, oui.
If that is so, why would you have brought several pieces of equipment usually found in a physician's bag?
One must always be prepared, detective.
Prepared? At an engagement celebration?
If I had not brought them, I would not have been able to assist you last night. Perhaps you should be thankful for my precaution and not so suspicious.
Merci.
Is that everything in the room? I think we're done here. Let's go to the next guest room. Okay, Jacqueline.
Detective, what can I do for you?
Mademoiselle, I am sure you understand my reasoning for such intrusion.
If it's going to clear my name, be my guest.
If you wouldn't mind answering some questions, it can hopefully be cleared faster.
Like I said, he's not the man he wants everyone to think he is.
Oui, but how is it you came to that conclusion?
You don't really want me to recount every conversation I've had with him, do you?
Yes.
There is
Why
one
not?
particular I had in mind.
An argument would imply it was a two-way conversation.
And that is not how it was?
Here it is. I've been helping Angeline get exposure, her marriage to Gideon is big news, and his work is really paving the way for others. I saw the chance to get their names out there, and he didn't like it.
What was there not to like?
Your guess is as good as mine, Detective. But if I had to, I'd say he was jealous it wasn't his name at the top of the article.
And his reason to storm off?
Oh, you know about that. Let's just say I didn't accept his pathetic attempt to get me to stop the story. If you're gonna try and pay someone off, at least make it worth the
Okay,
while.
so he tried to give her money to stop.
You've really got a fascination with that guy, huh?
I would not say fascination. An interest, perhaps.
Well, I'll save you the bother of trying to find out more about him. He's not that interesting. In fact, he's a bit of a wimp if you ask me.
That is not the impression I got of him.
That's because you've only seen the side of him he wants you to. He knows what to say in front of the right people. But behind closed doors, he's clueless. Let me guess. The first thing he told you was that he was a union leader. No, the voice of the people.
A man that is proud of his work is not something to be sneered at.
Don't get me wrong, he has a way with words, and he can certainly rally a crowd. But that's about it. At the end of the day, he's a representative and nothing more. He's got to play the part, not just learn the lines.
Yep, no love lost there.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Sure thing, Detective. And if you change your mind on that exclusive about that shooting...
If I do change it, you shall be the first to know.
Okay. Another gramophone. Well, okay, we've unlocked an article. Not an article, we've unlocked a conversation about an article. Peaceful strikes turn to loss of lives as violence breaks out on front line. Following the tragic events in the city that has darkened the spirits of the people and brought to a screeching halt the rising defiance of the working class, the area has been cordoned off and police presence at the scene has increased. Factory security forces have been asked to step down and the powers handed over to law enforcement services. Workers laid down their tools, switched off all machinery, and stood together and shoulder to shoulder as the fight for fair pay and conditions raged on. What started as peaceful protests by those employed at the factories has turned into a battle of class, with support for the workers coming in from all over the city. Although reports have not been confirmed, sources state that the violence broke out following a second wave surge of supporters. Official numbers have not been published, but it's believed that as many as 8 workers have lost their lives in the fighting. The Workers' Front Line has been considered as a representation of the people and working class of Belgium that now refuse to work in such demanding conditions for such a demeaning and insufficient wage. Chief Commissioner Leroux has confirmed that the outbreak of violence and resulting civilian deaths are being investigated, and an official statement is to be made in the coming days. Jacqueline Conrad. Interesting. Not interesting. That, or, she has to open lots of mail.
Oh.
Mr. Artigue spotted leaving the Velvet Tickle Friday at 11:15. Crumber House has been poaching off neighbouring land for deer and duck. Maggie to follow up. Mrs. Monte found her husband in their marital bed with a young maid servant. Testament from maid needed. Mr. Deno overheard in the Crackling Crow speaking poorly of King Leopold. He said questionable ideas. We say doubtful, skeptical, shady. Notes from Francis by Monday. Okay. We see. Let's. Oh, window. We'll just click on it anyway. It's probably just going to say the same things before. Yep. That's everything. Okay, so we'll go ask her about that article.
Go right ahead, Detective.
I was surprised to learn that Monsieur de Silva and the Major worked together.
All Felix cared about was money and filling his pockets with it. That's why he got into bed with de Silva.
The Major was not in need of money, though.
Need and want are two very different things. Did he need to move here and leech off the Madame? No, but he wanted to. As far as I know, de Silva hired him to work security. He was worried what could happen to his precious factories if things got ugly.
And your reporters were there to cover the story when it did turn that way.
My reporters go where there is news to be told.
And you predicted the violence that occurred?
Anyone could see that was gonna happen. If you ask me, Hugo should have acted sooner.
Merci.
Okay. Just double check. Yep. Okay, we're done talking to Jackie. Let's head to the next guest room. Okay, Angeline and Gideon's room. And neither of them are in here. Okay, so a very tidy room.
Oh.
Seems they used to be closer. Perhaps their recent behavior was merely a facade. Could it be possible that Gideon collaborated with Zachariah? Okay, interesting. So there's a photo of the two of them being close. Okay, that's the same crap. Each room has a book. Just a single book as well. It doesn't say anything, so.
Aha.
What's that? I won't let me click on it, so it doesn't matter, I guess.
Aha.
Guessing that's it for this room. Okay, make way to the guest rooms on the east of the first floor. Oh, right, okay. This is top floor here. First floor's the next one down. Can't keep track. Oh wait, oh, right. It took us upstairs. Oh god, I'm so lost. Right. Oh, hi, Ing.
Mademoiselle, we meet again.
Bonjour, Monsieur Poirot. Pardon, Détective Poirot.
Just a detective is quite all right.
Bon, can I help you with something? I was taking him a plate of food, but he didn't answer to my knocking.
Okay, so Ing found the body.
You then entered the study.
I did. He wasn't moving. He just lay there.
I did not mean to upset you again. Seeing him there would be troubling for anyone, and I'm sure it is not a memory you wish to relive.
I suppose we're like a family. We argue, but most of the time we get along.
You must all be quite close then.
Some more than others.
Oh,
You
a
refer
little
to
bit of
whom?
staff drama.
Maman Ray, sorry, Rihanna. She's been here the longest, and she's very close with Lizzie on account of Luc. Maman Ray is Luc's sister.
Oh,
You didn't know that?
shit.
I thought she would have said. She talks about him all the time. It must have been awful
Well-
losing him in those riots.
Hydrate. Thank you, Dusty.
Apparently, he was right at the front when they were charged. They didn't stand a chance. If I had been the one
Oh,
responsible
my
for
goodness.
his death,
Mademoiselle Rihanna, Maman Ray, she
So
has
Luke
expressed
was
her
in
desire for
the
revenge.
strikes.
every time
Was
she
it?
talks about what happened. I guess you wouldn't know anything about life on the streets.
It is not an experience I have had to face personally, but I understand that many are forced into it, and the lifestyle that comes with it.
The lifestyle of a thief, you mean?
Put rather bluntly, oui.
You are the first officer that has not taken one look at me and pulled out their handcuffs.
Mademoiselle, I can see you have turned your life around, and I commend you on your efforts.
Without the Countess, I would probably be rotting in a cell somewhere.
Officer Alliance, the Comtesse, and I understand
Merci,
one of
mademoiselle.
that. Okay. So if the Comtesse did it, then Ing could have helped her. Oh, uncover Inga's involvement in recent affairs. So Ing got the job from Margot. She found the body. Feels disconnected from her peers. Was previously prosecuted for theft. Archibald has lost his key. Let's see, are there any connections to make currently? No. Okay, we continue onwards. Alright, let's chat to good old Zaki.
Monsieur Demir,
Well, there
I
look
hope
like
you
a
are
bunch
feeling
of
better
cheese in
today.
this room.
Nothing a good night's sleep couldn't fix.
très bien. I wonder if you would be up to discussing certain matters with me.
Whatever you need.
Let's talk about the Major's
I
body.
lost my taste for death a long time ago, but it had to be done. I'm certainly in no rush to be carrying a dead body again, though.
Most understandable. I shall extend the same gratitude to you as I did to your brother.
You've spoken to him already. How is he?
Perhaps that should be a question you ask him yourself.
Yeah, maybe. I bet he had a lot to say. He always did have an opinion on the war.
When I say your past, I refer to your past as brothers.
Okay, well, what did he say?
It seems you both had the same sentiment for this party. Perhaps the bridges that you thought were once burnt are in fact primed to be reconstructed.
We'll see how probable that reconstruction is going to be. Until he sees my point of view, I don't know how we can move forward.
What is there for him to understand before the bond can be repaired?
He lost his friends in the war, the same as everyone. But somehow he has forgiven. I'm sorry, Detective, I can't. And Gideon just doesn't understand that.
Who had he forgiven?
Those two, close.
They must share something
Okay,
in common
Gideon
to be
and
able to hold the
Contest.
conversation for the time they did.
If there is one thing I know about my brother, it's that he will not. No. He cannot be rude. He just doesn't have it in him.
So I think
Was it not
maybe
your
just
brother that
stuck in
punched
that
Monsieur Hagen?
conversation. For the sake of it.
Ah, that's different. He was asking for it. If you put my brother in a room with 5 socialites like her, he would work his way around every single one of them, offering his full attention and finest manners.
Oh, what a gent.
Merci for your assistance.
Okay. I don't know how much we learnt about that, but let's search its room and see what evidence we can find. Okay. So Zachariah's room is quite messy. So it's quite opposite to Gideon's room, which basically looked like it hadn't been slept in at all. Okay, ceremonial dagger. Interesting. We are looking for daggers as part of the murder weapon. Cheese. Why can't I click on the cheese? Disappointing.
Aha.
Okay, I'm just clicking on everything, even though it's going to be the same conversation each time. But at least that way I'm sure I haven't missed anything.
Always got time for my favorite detective.
Oh, stop it, you. He's my favourite.
The dagger. I wondered how long it would take for that to become an issue.
I shall give you the opportunity to explain the reason for it being here before I jump to any conclusions.
It was going to be a wedding gift for Gideon. I've maybe not been the best brother in recent years. I thought this could make up for some of it. After what happened to the Major, I thought it was a bit tasteless.
You did not see it fitting to tell me you were harboring a rather sizable knife in your room?
I wouldn't say harboring. And I wasn't expecting to be a suspect in a murder.
Fair.
Merci for your assistance, monsieur.
It's not exactly something where you just go, "Hi, nice to meet you. By the way, I have a knife in my room." Okay. Oh, cool. Okay, we don't have to talk to Monsieur Becker. Book.
Ah.
Hasty scribble. Oh, I missed that. What did it say? Hasty scribble regarding a meeting with who I assume Ernesto da Silva. Okay.
Huh.
Oh, there's a note by the fireplace. Seems he's been attempting to write a speech of some kind unsuccessfully. I wonder, does this fit a pattern of behaviour with Hugo? You underestimate the power of man's defiance. You are in a position to bring all of this to an end. All we ask is what we deserve. If you do not retract your men, they will be met with equal force. Too forceful. Your weapons may beat our bodies, but they will not bruise our hearts, spirits. These are the men that have built our great nation, country, and will continue to. Money will not save your soul. Interesting. Okay, so kind of a speech about the unions. Just make sure I'm definitely grabbing everything as per. Okay, there's a photograph there. So many siblings, must have been difficult for Hugo to get attention. These are little siblings, good god. Sounds like my worst nightmare. Okay, I think that's everything. Yeah. Okay, Monsieur de Silva.
Monsieur de Silva, I am sure you understand the necessity for this type of search.
Not really, Detective. Your speech was rather spirited. But it did not give me much faith in your investigation.
Well, too bad. We're gonna search through all your
I
shit
have not had my
anyway.
abilities questioned to my face by one of those I suspect of a crime before.
Well, if you wish to prove me wrong, you should hurry up and find Felix's killer.
And I hope
I'm
with your help,
trying.
monsieur.
Yes, I helped him invest some money. Unfortunately, he was not the businessman he thought he was.
Madame Vandenbosch had a very similar view. At least he could have taken solace that you are both in the same position.
I think you're confused, Detective. It was Edwin that lost his fortune, not I.
Forgive my naivete. If you were helping him make viable investments, would you not have seen the same opportunity for yourself?
Because he wasn't helping him.
I told him about the opportunities. I did not tell him to put his whole family's wealth into it. The prospect of doing good meant more to him than his profit margins. He was bound to fail.
The business declared bankruptcy.
It did, until it was purchased for a fraction of its worth and made the new owner a small fortune.
Ooh, who's this new owner, Ernesto? Is it you?
Everything that I want to say on that matter has already been said.
I understand, monsieur. But what I would like to know is, was the late Viscount aware of your feelings towards his wife?
Excuse me, Detective, but you have crossed the line.
Crossed the line like an attempt to bankrupt a business partner and friend so that you be able to swoop in and impress a certain target of your affections.
Man.
You make such ridiculous accusations without a shred of proof.
Your reaction at the mere suggestion is proof enough, monsieur. While I cannot arrest you for betrayal of a friend, I can hope your conscience does not forget, and that will be punishment enough.
Oh, Poirot, honey, I don't think he cares that much.
He didn't have much to speak of. I was always surprised at the life he lived.
Surprised in what way?
Well, considering it wasn't that long ago he came to me asking about work, I didn't think he was in such good financial shape.
You offered him a position.
Nothing. If you can call what him and his team did security. For the money I paid, I did not expect them to be so reckless.
It was a considerable amount you paid him?
There's no need to
Hefty
divulge
chunk of
amounts,
money.
but it was certainly more than was expected.
One would expect a business of Monsieur de Silva's caliber to have an agreed price for the Major's services. Why would he allow the Major to barter for more?
He said they were all professionals, but I saw nothing of the sort. He said he had worked with them all in the army as their superior officer. They were men that could be trusted.
But that was not the
And they
case.
mucked up.
I had not even met them before they arrived on site. They brought their own equipment. They looked like they knew what they were doing.
And this equipment, it included the weapons that injured and killed the workers?
It was not much of a choice, Detective. I said they didn't need them, but Felix said it was essential. He said he knew better.
That is all for now.
Creepy. Letter stating the blackmailer would reveal information of his questionable business dealings. Monsieur de Silva, at first you may question the nature of this letter, but by its conclusion you will know that what you fought so hard to keep hidden could be far from it. You have spent years feeding off of the hard-working backs of others and offering nothing in return. Your workers continue to take their lives into their own hands day after day with your shoddy, damaged and dangerous machines for a fraction of what they deserve. Deal after deal is made, and while your pockets become fatter, lining them with more of your blood money is your workers that must pay the price. The mistreatment and pain you have caused does not only reside in the factories that you own, but the house that you live in. You do not value the lives of those that allow you to live the opulent life that you do, and I will not allow that to continue. I can no longer sit back and watch you disregard any sense of integrity or morality and continue to remain on your self-made pedestal, lording over those that deserve much more. It is time you paid the price for your crimes, and the cost is 5,000 francs. It is a small price to pay for my silence, for if I do not receive it before Friday, it will not be cash you are paying, but rather years behind bars. Bring the money in a small brown paper parcel addressed to Monsieur Codier to the post office on Rue d'Entrepôt. Give it to the cashier and leave. If you do as requested, you will not hear from me again, and you may continue your life of luxury. It is obvious you do not value others' lives, but I urge you to consider what yours is worth. Damn! I'm wondering, the fact that they say the mistreatment and pain you've caused does not only reside in the factories that you own, but the house you live in. I'm wondering if that's something to do with the worker that the Comtesse helped, like the shelter person. I'm wondering if that's what that's regarding, and that she's actually being mistreated there.
Oh.
Oh, okay, a new conversation as well. Contract for a partnership between Ernesto and Hugo, but it is missing Hugo's signature. Current workers' strikes shall cease in all manners and force. Factory floor machine operators and supervisors shall return to their positions immediately. Terms of the above contract shall be implemented and relevant actions taken directly. So there's no actual information there about any kind of improvement of workers' lives.
What is it now, detective?
Okay, so that's a push conversation, so let's do this one first. So, Monsieur Demier invited Monsieur Becker so you two might sit down and find some common ground.
And no one asked him to.
But surely it is beneficial to both parties. Your profits must have been affected.
There are barely any profits to speak of.
Why have those talks not taken place and a deal arranged?
Monsieur Beckers has made no attempt to speak with me and offered no counter-offer. The ball is in his court, detective.
Well, it's Monsieur de Silva's wages and treatment of his staff that is in question. It sounds as though he is at least trying to resolve the issue, surprising unlike Monsieur Beckers. Okay.
I have spoken of a potential blackmail ring, and yet you still kept your letter to yourself.
Here
it is
we go.
none of your business. And it is nothing more than a cheap trick to have me admit something that is not true.
If that were the case, it would be strange for you to have kept the letter and brought it with you, would it not?
Your persistence is a trait I do not enjoy.
Okay, Monsieur de Silva has remained blunt, if not curt, with his responses to my questions. Perhaps it would be best to act in a courteous and empathetic manner so that he may be more forthcoming with the truth of his blackmail letter and its contents. Straightforward.
No reason, detective. Merely saving you from wasting your time.
I will be the judge of that. I would like to know about any and all evidence that may help my investigation. I trust there is nothing else you deem a waste of my time.
Of course not, officer. It's not as though you think I'm harboring some illicit secret. The letter was a pathetic attempt to intimidate me. Nothing more.
Cute. I don't believe it.
I have never heard so much rubbish in all my life. I value those that work hard and deserve it.
That suggests there are some that you do not respect.
Yes, well, why should I praise someone for doing a poor job? You make me sound like some monster.
Monsieur, The letter does not only discuss your questionable business dealings, but also cases of abuse against your staff. Both accusations that must be taken very seriously.
Detective, there is a difference between telling a member of my staff what to do and abuse.
And it is you that decides where that line is drawn?
In my house? Yes, it is.
We did it.
Please stop calling it that. I treat all my servants exactly how I always have, and no one has complained before.
That does not mean your behavior is appropriate.
They have one chance. If they are not doing the job they are hired to do, they are gone. You would be surprised how many staff expect an easy ride.
Damn, Poirot.
Is there a specific member of staff that may have expected such a ride?
There is one girl, a new maid. I didn't expect great things from her, but Comtesse de Vos promised me she could do what was required.
That is all for now.
Okay. And we move to the next room. Oh wait, no we can't. Oh, this room now. I missed that. Dang it.
What is it? Excuse.
I do not think it is unreasonable to question why you would feel the need to bring a letter opener with you.
Really, detective? If I had stabbed a man with it, do you really think I would have left it lying out in my room?
I don't know, Ernesto. Maybe you're just stupid.
That is all.
Okay, now we're done in the room? No. Have I got to look at the gramophone player, even though it means absolutely nothing? No? What else is there to look at? What have we got to do? Okay, well we've got a couple of connections to do. Maybe something to do with the messy nuns.
Come, my little Grace.
Okay.
Is there something? I cannot see the logic in this.
Oh, okay, so something to do with the two brothers. The Mayor brothers' strained relationship is enough to suggest they would not have worked together. Fair enough.
Is there something I am not?
What could it be? What could it be?
I must act on thought. I cannot see the logic.
Oh, I thought I'd done those two.
I should not be surprised by my own skills
Oh,
of
I did the
deduction.
notebook instead, I guess. Okay, so Jackie unlikely to collaborate with Hugo.
Come, my little great. Order and method. That I must take a different approach.
Oh. Hasty scribble regarding
What a
meeting with
revelation.
Ernesto. Hugo and Ernesto confirmed each other's alibis. It is possible that they may have colluded to murder the Major. Can I find anything to support this?
Another
The contract.
success.
Okay. Doubtful this duo would collaborate. Would Ernesto deal with another member of the house? Perhaps someone who never confirmed his alibi.
This will not get me any closer to... This will not get me any... Some would say a lucky guess.
Ernesto doesn't strike me as the sort of man that would ask for help no matter how important. Ernesto may have asked Margot for help. Ooh, okay, we got one link as well here for the blackmail. Blackmail wishes for family to suffer. Blackmail wants everyone to see the family lose everything, including the house.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Just try to think. That's the only kind of like new bit of info.
I must
we
take
have,
a different Is there something?
Oh, okay, there's two there.
The pieces of the puzzle are fine.
Margot is making her shelter girls do her dirty work, finding dirt on members of the social elite. No. Oh my god, that makes sense. Okay, well, let's go back and talk to Ernesto.
What is it now, detective? She approached me. I thought it was rather brash.
In what way?
Assuming that I would want to take on another servant, and one from such a troubled background. She is running the charity, not I. When he came to me, I told him that with the factories on strike and my profits pouring down the drain, I had nothing for him. But he said he could help me get them all back to work and the factories earning. His rates were steep, but he said he knew what needed to be done, and he was prepared to do it. A week passed and they were all still on strike. In fact, even more had joined them. He made excuse after excuse, demanding more and more money for the job to be done. But he never actually told me what he was going to do.
The riots.
I had no idea they were going to charge them like that. How was I meant to know?
And even following such a tragedy, he continued to demand money from you.
He
What
said if
icky
he
man.
wanted my silence, it would cost. Do you have any idea what it could do to my livelihood, my name? If it got out that I had paid the so-called security that did that.
I have every idea, monsieur. You hired a militia to take action against your own workers. You deserve whatever name is chosen for being so morally bereft in your decision-making.
I didn't know
Damn,
that was what he
Poirot.
was going to do.
Not holding anything back.
You must believe me.
I have to believe nothing but the truth. And the truth, monsieur, is that it is not only the Major that has the blood of those men on his hands. That is all.
Alright, can we leave this room now? Yeah. And we're done here. Okay. So Margot approached Ernesto to offer help.
Magnifique.
Margot may know more than she is letting on if she has an inside link with the staff of the house. There are no clear evidence of the guests working together in any capacity. What has become clear is the Comtesse connection to the staff. Could there be something more to their relationship? Okay, so we need to go talk to Ing. Who is there? Which is nice and handy.
Is there something you need, Detective? She helped me at the shelter, and with this job.
That I am already aware of. What I am not is what else she tasked you with.
Pardon, Detective?
I know that your position as a servant in this house is not your only job. What did Comtesse de Vos ask you to do while in this house?
She said I had to do what she asked, or I would be back on the street. I didn't want to do it. If anyone found out, I would be the prime suspect.
Ah, typical. The blimmin' charity working lady. Not so charitable. Madame van der Bosch would have been aware of young Ing's past, and she is worried that they would accuse her. What was asked of her must be related to her past life as a thief. Uncover Ing's involvement in recent affairs. So Ing is following orders.
Order and method. I must act on... I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Ing has admitted that her work in the house is not wholly honest. Ing is assisting with thefts, and we now need to go and talk to Ing again. Oh, and there's another...
Things are beginning to...
I thought it was irresponsible of Archibald to lose his key, but now its disappearance makes sense. Ing stole Archibald's key.
Is there something you need, Detective? Nothing. She said I was to take nothing.
If it was not something she wished you to take, what was it?
She wanted me to find out information about the family and Monsieur Hagen.
Why did she request that?
So it sounds like Comtesse
At
is
first I didn't know,
blackmailer.
but when I heard about Mademoiselle Angeline being blackmailed, and then the Major, I knew she had used what I found.
Perhaps my suspicions of Monsieur Sterling's involvement with the Major safe were incorrect, and his key was not lost but stolen.
I knew Monsieur Archie had a key, and it would be easy to get it from him.
You knew that the Major asked Monsieur Sterling to access the safe from time to time, and if anything was ever discovered missing, he would surely take the blame.
I never took anything. I only told the Comtesse what I had found.
And that what?
About Monsieur Hagen and the Madame's relationship. And Angeline.
I'm sure the Comtesse was pleased to hear such valuable information.
She said I had done a good job, but I needed proof. That's why I went back and got the letters last night.
Okay.
I fetched the letters again and took them to the Comtesse last night. But she shouted at me and said what a stupid girl I was.
You were only doing as she requested.
She said it was too dangerous for her to have them with you around. That's when I returned them to the study. I thought I heard someone on the stairs, so I just threw them back. It was dark as I dared not turn the light on. Someone would have seen it.
Okay, so we figured that all out.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Good to know. So we need to make the connection. So Ing knows of the hidden room.
grey cells. Is there something I must act on?
Oh, okay.
Magnifique.
Wonder how many secrets the house holds for Ing to find. Ing is trying to uncover secrets.
What a revelation!
If there is somewhere in this house where a secret lies, it will surely be found in a hidden room. A Vanderbosch secrets may be in the hidden room. Using the young girl to find out anything and everything she could about the family, while the contest need not even get her hands dirty. What a bitch! Okay, so now we need to talk to Ing again. Poor girl, she's probably like, oh my god, I'm getting whiplash from the conversations.
That's all. I swear. I heard Monsieur Archie and Monsieur Felix talking about a storeroom, but I haven't found it.
Is the Countess aware of this room?
I told her it was somewhere in the house, but I didn't know where. She wasn't happy with me that I hadn't found it.
Okay,
Merci,
so Ing doesn't
mademoiselle.
know the whereabouts.
Your honesty today has helped me greatly.
I suppose that I will lose my position at the house now.
That is not my decision to make. But when the whole truth is revealed, it will not be the pawns the law looks to convict. We shall be coming for the queen.
Hell yeah. Okay. So we're investigating. So Vanderbosch secrets may be in the hidden room. And Margot has links to several staff members.
Come, my little grey cells. Some would say a lucky get.
Such a calculating web of lies and secrets, what motive could possibly justify such devious actions? Finally, unmasked, the blackmailer, Mademoiselle Angeline, and the other recipients of such letters may no longer live in fear. Comtesse de Vos shall pay for her crimes. We did it! It's Margot! Boo. Okay.
Mademoiselle, merci for coming.
Have you had a breakthrough, detective?
I have. Finally, I have the news you have awaited.
Please, detective, don't hold me in suspense. Oh my, I feel faint at the thought of knowing who could have done this to us.
It is said to keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. It is Comtesse de Vos that is behind the letters.
Bum, bum, bum.
I don't believe it. What about the Major's letter?
Not only his, but a letter to Monsieur da Silva.
She was blackmailing him as well. Detective, I just don't know what to say.
Take a moment, mademoiselle. It is a lot of information to take in.
I just don't understand why she would do such a cruel thing. She has never been particularly forthcoming with it, only that she was homeless for some time and that she was at the women's shelter before here.
And it is there that the Countess abused her power and manipulated her to uncover secrets of the family.
All this time she has been working for Margot, doing her dirty work?
I am afraid so, mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle is in a state of shock to learn that such a close friend of the family has betrayed them in such a cruel way. Must
Is
be
Maman
devastating.
aware?
You are the first I have told, mademoiselle. Next will be the authorities.
I'm afraid that we'll have to wait. And we will. I want to see her punished to the fullest extent of the law. But we cannot telephone anyone, as the lines are still down.
Monsieur Archibald informed me earlier. I had hoped they would be working again. Last night's snow must have caused more damage than expected.
That or somebody's tampered with them.
Last night? They have been done all weekend, detective. Detective?
How could I have been such a fool?
Detective...
No. Seen it. If I believed that the Major was still alive at that time, I had no reason to investigate anyone's whereabouts beforehand, anyone being Monsieur Sterling and his staff. So Monsieur Sterling knew the phone lines were down and made a fake call pretending that the Major was still alive, so the timelines
Would
are
you
off.
like me to
Oh
fetch
my
you a glass
god.
of water?
My apologies, mademoiselle.
Oh my god.
I was taken by surprise for a moment, but I have regained my composure. A glass of water is not required. Would you excuse me? Merci.
Chapter 7. We must continue. We're getting so close. We're getting so close to solving it. I have been lied to for the last time. Oh god, why does she look like that? Oh.
Mademoiselle, what a pleasure to see you.
Detective,
It is a rather late hour to be wandering the halls.
Oh, yes. Of course. I do not feel myself, Detective.
If that is the case, you should be resting.
She's actually like
Allow
doing
me to
this.
No, that's quite all right. I will see to my duties and return to bed.
That was weird.
Lizzie, excuse me, Elizabeth. Lady Van den Bosch has been waiting for some time now.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Detective Poirot was just...
I'll see to the detective. You just head on up. Off you go.
Good night, Detective.
Bonne nuit, mademoiselle.
Okay. So Elizabeth's acting off.
I'm sorry about her, Detective. As you can see, she is still not back to her usual bubbly self.
This weekend seems to have taken quite a toll on her.
She'll be right as rain in a couple of days. Now, what can I help you with?
As if by magic you appeared when needed. I would like to speak with you and the remaining staff. If you could gather them in the staff pantry.
At this hour, Detective? Is that really necessary?
I shall be the one that determines what is and what is not necessary, and this is very much the former.
As you wish, Detective. I'll see if Inge is finished preparing for breakfast.
And Mademoiselle Rihanna?
Yes, of course. I'll fetch her from the kitchen. Elizabeth may be some time with the lady of the house. Perhaps you'd like to start with us?
Very well. I shall speak with Mademoiselle Elizabeth when her duties are complete.
While I am gathering the staff, Mr. Beckers is in the library. If you wish to join him, I could bring you both a nightcap.
I wish to keep a clear head, but there is something I wish to discuss with Monsieur Beckers.
Okay. Opportunity to confront Monsieur Beckers about his dealings or lack thereof with Monsieur de Silva without being disturbed. Let's do it. Is the library on this floor? Yes. There he is.
Monsieur Beckers, it is rather late. The other guests have already retired to their rooms.
I didn't even see the time. It's easy to lose oneself in a library this impressive.
That is something we can agree on, monsieur.
I suppose I should be heading?
A moment, monsieur. There are some matters that we must discuss.
Oh, what is it, detective? My speech?
You may save your false ramblings for your next audience. I am aware you spoke with the Major yesterday.
Whoever told you that has it wrong, Detective.
Please, monsieur. The truth.
Okay, fine. Yes, the Major and I spoke, but it was not for long. I was trying to convince him to speak with Ernesto. It's time we brought the strikes to an end.
And that was best approached by a shouting match?
He wouldn't listen to what I said. I spent so long preparing how I was going to convince him, but men like him are only swayed by one thing.
Had he tried to grease the Major's palm, perhaps he would have been more
It is
successful.
said that money is the root of all evil, but it can also be a rather powerful bargaining chip.
Well, he was bargaining with people's lives. If he had acted sooner, none of those men, my men, would have to die.
Major oversaw security at the factories. Could he have done more to stop the strikes turning violent? Yeah.
A deal? It was an insult.
And that is why you did not sign it?
I didn't sign it because the workers deserve so much more, not his pathetic attempts to get them back to work.
Did you think there was a chance for a better deal to be made?
I know there was. He's a pompous swine that cares for only himself and filling his pockets.
It wasn't in the blackmail letter, which we now know was
I'm not sure what
from
you
what's
mean.
her face.
Her proposal to make you somewhat of a star, a figurehead for the working man. What would you call that?
There was certainly no talk of making me a star. That is not the type of man I am. She wanted to write a piece on my work with the union, and I was happy to oblige.
Monsieur Beckers has always appeared to have the workers' intentions at the forefront of his decisions, but perhaps the thought of being remembered for something great was too much for him to pass. Push on Jacqueline's influence over you.
Mademoiselle Conrad can be
Here we
quite
go.
convincing, can she not?
She has certainly taken several wealthy business partners by surprise with her knowledge and prowess.
Oh,
She
I
knows
missed
how
your
to use her
stretch.
womanly powers to get what she wants.
Dusty. Apologies and thank you. Ooh, I just felt my back click.
But she did not surprise or use you?
Me? Use me? Don't be ridiculous, detective. There were no games played at my expense.
Monsieur Becker has quite a way with words and is a fan of his own voice. Perhaps I should allow him the opportunity to speak up and open up without too much interruption and forcefulness.
No, she just reminded me of what I was fighting for. And I stand by that. It was an insult.
A rather bold move to make such a decision on your own.
I may not be perfect, but I've done everything I can.
Your efforts fell short in every respect. You claim to be the voice of the people, but you care about no one's voice or benefits but your own.
It's not as easy as just signing a piece of paper, detective. It is a heavy weight to bear on one's shoulders. I consulted with others.
You yourself spoke of Mademoiselle Conrad's cunning in business.
And I told you, I was not one of her targets.
Tell me then, what was it she reminded you of? The acclaimed man of the people you would be known as if you pushed the factory owners for more?
It wasn't like that at all.
From where I am standing, it was she that was manipulating the terms of the deal, and you in the process. You were merely her pawn.
Okay, yes, I know. I shouldn't have listened to her. But what else could I do? Remain an unknown my whole life? I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt.
Hugo.
It may not have been your
Tisk.
intention, but we both know the result. You rolled the dice with those men's lives for fame, and you lost.
What does that
I have often wondered about the competition siblings face in a large family.
When you're young, it is the best feeling to know you have family that will stand by you, without even being asked. It is not until everyone starts carving their own path that you realize you're walking yours solo, and those that were beside you are now miles away. My other brothers were the athletes of the family. They both played soccer, and were the infatuation of every teenage girl. I'm sure you have seen the type.
Spooky's murdering my partner.
Oui, monsieur.
You just
But
hear
I
him
can
go
assure you
downstairs.
that was not
Ow.
I.
Ow.
Then there was me. quiet, timid, a shadow of the Baker brothers. My voice and very presence was forgotten and ignored. Nothing I could say or do would ever reach the bar they had set. But I always knew I was destined for great things. Years passed, and now that I no longer stood in the colossal ombre of my brothers, I could become my own man. When the position of union leader was posted, it was my chance to finally be heard.
That's so not what the role of a union leader is supposed to be.
You hear politicians speak of the little or the common man? Well, that was me. And I knew what we wanted and what we needed. When I spoke, others listened. I held their gaze with a sense of pride, a sense that what I was doing was for the greater good.
The greater good.
It was supposed to be my crowning achievement. Lead the men to victory over the money-grabbing oppressors. But instead, all I did was lead them to their deaths.
Monsieur, it was not at your hands that these men died. The blame cannot lie solely on your shoulders. Those responsible will be punished for their crimes. That you must trust.
Monsieur Becker's story is one of fighting to have one's voice heard, be it a single or one of the masses. I'm afraid he may be remembered for what he did, but not in the way he so hoped. Oh. Okay, nothing there, nothing there. And that one's solved, so I think that means we exit here. While speaking with Monsieur Beckers was not the reason for me being up this hour, he was able to fill in some of the blanks regarding the Major, but not in getting any closer to discovering his killer. Perhaps the staff living quarters will. Which, downstairs, I believe? Ooh. Logs.
Oh.
Few days old, do not hold a candle as to what has transpired here this weekend. Newspapers.
Oh.
Who on earth would be sleeping in a hammock?
Huh.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
Detective.
So we see
What
some
can we do
random
for you?
stuff that we can't really explain yet.
You can help me by telling the truth, and in the process, help yourselves.
Sorry, Detective. It's a bit late in the night for riddles.
Oh,
It is no
shush,
riddle,
Archie.
monsieur.
We used to
If
like
I do not
you.
receive the truth, you shall all be charged as accessories to murder.
Detective, I think maybe you have been locked in this house for too long. We have already...
You have told me a version, and now I require honesty.
Start with Archie.
Monsieur Sterling, is there anything you would like to add to your story?
I'm not sure what you think I have done, Detective.
Let us not string out this charade any longer.
From his associate. I've already told you, Detective. I don't know who it was.
Do not worry yourself on such details now. I suppose they were lucky to have called when they did. Otherwise, they may not have gotten through at all, with the telephone lines being down as of yesterday.
Aye, Detective. Lucky, I guess.
Monsieur Sterling is no fool. I believe he is aware I suspect him of something. Perhaps some carefully worded questions are all that are needed for him to slip up.
Whiskey?
You took a bottle of whiskey to the Major. You spoke with Monsieur Demire en route.
Aye, of course. It was a bottle he picked up from his last visit to Scotland. Rather smoky number from the Highlands. He was saving it for a worthy occasion. Drowning his sorrows must have been fitting enough.
First, he does not remember a bottle at all, and as if by magic, he recalls the exact details.
Was it the one from the West Coast? You'll have to excuse my memory, Detective. It's not what it used to be. Oh, you found it. Thank you, Detective. I've been looking everywhere for it.
If I had lost a war medal, I would not stop until I found it.
It's not what you think.
Exploiting a dead man's military achievements for your own personal gain?
Nothing of the sort. He asked me to clean them up. I must have dropped it into my pocket when I was putting them back. An honest mistake.
Pathetic excuse.
I wouldn't know. Probably.
Your father was in the military for many years. That is what you told me.
He was.
And your family still keep his medals?
They were sold.
And why was that, monsieur?
Is my family on trial now, Detective?
Only
Answer
you.
the question,
monsieur.
Archie.
And
because we needed money.
Voila.
Monsieur Sterling was well aware of the medal's value when it found its way into his belongings.
No. He keeps them safe with some of his old military documentation.
Is that a typical job for the head butler?
He trusts me to do a good job. I told him I used to clean my father's, so he asked me to do the same.
And where does he keep these items?
In the storage room. I know where everything is, so it's just easier if I fetch them for him as and when he needs them.
I do not recall seeing any military memorabilia or keepsakes. Could there be another storage room?
It's certainly better than my last.
You are paid a fitting wage for the work that is asked of you?
I'm sure the lady of the house would not want me discussing it, but I should not complain.
That is not the most convincing answer, monsieur.
Between you and I, we all work very hard here, and it would be nice if we were rewarded for it.
It seems Monsieur Sterling is trying to convince me, as he had himself, that his light-fingered actions are justifiable due to the petty wage he receives for his honest work.
Please don't go anywhere.
Alright, let's talk to Rihanna.
Mademoiselle, I shall be as quick and precise with my questioning as possible.
Okay. What do you need? Merci.
Forgive me, mademoiselle, for not extending them earlier, but I was not aware of your relationship.
He was my only brother, and he died doing what he believed was right. If I ever get my hands on who took him from me...
I understand why she's so angry for her brother to be taken from this world at such a young age and in such a violent manner. Violence cannot be met with violence, but I am not sure Mademoiselle feels the same.
You say the riots, but it was the strike he was part of. They started the riots, not the workers.
By they, you are referring to the security forces. They were brought in to keep the peace.
Security, huh? They were brought in to make an example of them. It was all peaceful until they arrived.
Why would they need to make an example?
So that the workers would stop rallying. No one is going to go on strike if they think they'll get killed. The security you talk of were armed and ready. The workers were pigs to the slaughter. What chance did they have?
It's obvious Mademoiselle is still upset about her brother's death, and rightly so. If the events were as Mademoiselle describes, I cannot comprehend how the security forces were able to get away with such despicable acts of violence.
Yes,
This was before or after Archibald took him a bottle of whiskey.
Before.
You are...
It.
The whiskey is kept in the cellar with all the alcohol.
It is.
Then you must have noticed him going into the cellar and returning with a bottle through the pantry, no?
Yes, I suppose I did. It must have been before then.
Took only one question for Mademoiselle to doubt her own story. What I still cannot see is why the need for
Merci,
the lie.
mademoiselle.
Ooh, okay, we've got 4 things to connect here. So we've got Major's coat, worn out boots.
This will not get me any...
Hugo saw the Major outside.
I should not be
So somebody was
surprised by
wearing
my
the
own...
coat. Major would not have left such a fine coat in the staff area. Someone must have worn it. More importantly, however, who wore the Major's clothes? Madame pays the staff very little.
I
Archibald
cannot see
stole.
the logic
Nope.
in... Order and method.
Nope. Hannah speaks with such anger about the strikes. Claims she took ice to the Major. Rihanna unsure about timings.
Another success. I never...
How can either of them forget something so important from only the day before? Archibald and Rihanna unsure of their stories.
I must take a different approach if... I must act on thought.
Maybe the worn out boots.
I must take a
Coat?
different
No.
approach.
Oh, okay.
Things are beginning to become clear.
Should have known at first glance these belong to a member of staff, but who?
Come, my little grey cells. Order and method. That is... I cannot see the logic in this.
Thought we did
The
that one
pieces
already.
of the puzzle are finally coming together.
The area that the Major had been killed during dinner was nothing but a ruse. Why are the staff covering for the real time of death?
Some would say a lucky guess.
Both Archie and Rihanna played their parts very well, that is, until they became complacent. Why do the staff feel they need to fabricate stories?
Is there something? This will not get me a... Another success.
Staff member dressed in the Major's clothes and took his position out in the snow for the guests to see. Why would they do this?
What a revelation!
Almost had to relay their stories back to them both. Obviously cannot trust a word they have said. Why are the staff holding the truth?
I should not be surprised by my own...
It is a revelation I had not expected. The staff were involved in the murder. While young Ing is guilty of her own crimes associated with the blackmail, it is Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that have been an integral part in covering up and obscuring the truth of how the Major was killed. Objective complete! Staff were already suspicious to begin with, but this confirms their involvement. Are all the staff members involved? Conclude each member's association to the murder. I am close to revealing the truth about the Major's murder, but I must understand the roles that each and every person involved played before the final puzzle is solved.
The pieces of the puzzle.
Cannot imagine the pain they have felt losing Luke. His memory will live on in their hearts.
I must act on thought. This will not get me any. Is there something? Things are beginning to be.
I'm confident ink isn't part of the cover-up that's clearly been a focus for the other stuff. Okay. That's nice. I like ink. Okay, so that's all I have for that so far. What do I need to do next? Do I talk to them again?
If you insist.
No?
Please.
Maybe ink?
Mademoiselle, I shall keep my question.
I don't know what else I can tell you.
You have been honest with me so far. All I request is that you continue to do so.
Oui, detective.
Already aware from Mademoiselle's involvement with the blackmail, I'm not sure if she's connected to the Major's murder.
It was frantic in the pantry. We were working hard to make sure.
So this is the run-up to the Major's murder.
Go on.
Then Liz burst in, asking for Maman Ray's help.
Her help with what, exactly?
I don't know. She took Liz to one side, and I was needed in the salon. We spoke just after that in the pantry.
You did not question what she needed help with?
I was too busy. I love Liz, but she sheds a tear at almost everything these days. Although, I have never seen her look so pale.
What's Lizzie done?
Merci.
Okay.
Go on, detective. What is there to say? Being locked away in the pantry, I don't see her for most of the day.
That may be. But she came looking for your help before dinner was served, did she not?
She wasn't feeling well. That's all.
Oh. Honestly, come up with a better lie.
And she came to you?
I told you, we are a family here. The girls come to Mama Reh if they have a problem.
When I saw her earlier, I must admit she was not looking herself. Perhaps I should check on her.
No! Just leave the poor girl. She'll be fine after another bowl of my homemade soup. She just needs her rest.
Merci.
Interesting, interesting. Elizabeth looked like coming downstairs. Rihanna helped Elizabeth.
I must take a different... Come, my little great... I cannot see the logic. Magnifique.
Elizabeth looked pale, and the other members of staff were busy with their duties. She must have found the body, but did she play a part in the murder? So Elizabeth found the body. Rihanna helped
I should not be
Elizabeth?
surprised.
Although her duties are primarily focused in the kitchen and pantry, I don't recall seeing her. Rihanna wasn't seen after Elizabeth found the corpse.
Magnifique.
Impersonating the Major was Rihanna's role in the plan. Why it was necessary, I'm not sure of yet. Why did she feel the need to cover for Elizabeth?
Order and method. I cannot see the logic in this. I must take a different... Some would say a lucky guess.
Archibald's acting skills came into play to cover for a member of the staff, but who? Archibald was covering for a member of staff. Miranda was covering
Order
for
and
Elizabeth.
method.
No.
This will not get me. The pieces of the puzzle.
Stage phone call was Archibald's assignment. He went to great lengths to protect Elizabeth, but why did he feel the need to cover for her? While young Inga is guilty of her own crimes associated with the blackmail, it is Monsieur Sterling and Rihanna that have been an integral part in covering up and obscuring the truth of how the Major was killed. My god, this is a complicated case. Now of all the pieces of the puzzle, I must return to my room and place them together until the result reveals itself. Time for my little grey cells to go to work. So close to uncovering the truth. Will we do it? Will we solve the mystery? Let us see. Okay. So, what do we need? So we got Rihanna and Archibald staging to cover for Elizabeth.
What a revelation!
How could I have allowed this to slip through my grasp? Elizabeth is the murderer. Okay. Can't believe I did not see it. Hi! Oh, thank you so much, Little Yum. Welcome, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Oh my god. We love kitties and titties. We have both. It's great. Although Cat's somewhere. Who knows where he is. But welcome. We are playing Poirot, the first cases. So we are like this close to potentially solving the mystery. Who knows? I have been playing this for a few weeks and I'm like ready to like it's been such a complicated whirlwind case. I spent like I think the first 15 minutes of the stream actually just trying to explain what's happened so far. But we've just found out who has murdered the Major, basically. So we are like intense mode. So welcome, please join in. And yeah, it probably doesn't make too much sense, but this is going to be the dramatic, you know, like at the end of the films or the TV shows where they do the dramatic the reveal where it's like it was you in the dining room. Like I think we're like there. So I'm like, oh my god. But yes, welcome. Hope you guys are having a lovely Friday. I can't believe it's Friday. I'm so pleased. Thank God. It's been a long week. Okay, so basically Poirot has been completely blindsided. He had no idea that it was Elizabeth. Here we go. Okay, we're into a new chapter as well now. Chapter 8, The Truth. So I think this is the final chapter? Maybe? Okay, so there's a ruckus coming around. So we shall head out. It has been a mad week, I swear. I feel like it's gone so slowly as well, which just makes you so sleepy. But I'm excited because it's going to be the weekend and we're going to chill and it's going to be really good and fun. But yeah, what plans do people have for the weekend as well? Let me know if you've got anything going on. We've got a very quiet week. Yes, excited for a lie-in tomorrow. Same. Oh my goodness. I do not like getting up early. Just like, even like just an extra half an hour in. You're streaming all weekend. Oh my goodness. You're going to be knackered. I am definitely going to have to come along and say hello then, aren't I? Oh, what will you be streaming? Do you know yet? I saw you've been playing some Disney Dreamlight Valley as well. Absolutely love that game. It is great fun. I've seen that they've just announced a new update as well. Oh, Scorn and Dark Tide. Amazing. Exciting times. A little bit getting up to spooky season as well. Fantastic. Yes, Lion King update. That's what it is. I'm really curious about that one. I don't know. I'm almost like, do I wait until there are more updates? Because I feel I've gotten pretty much all the way through the game as it is currently. So I'm like, do I wait until there's just like a few more updates? Because I just tend to binge in one go. I'm not very good at doing the just a little bit at a time. So, but no, I'm interested in seeing what new updates they do as well. Okay, so we are investigating Archibald because he is being suspicious AF. So let's chat to him and see what his excuse is for being in the storeroom at this time of night.
Please, I eagerly await to hear what reason you give for being in the storage room at this hour.
A butler's job is never...
Ooh, spooky SFX makeup. Oh my goodness. That sounds so cool.
I am no fool, monsieur.
I can just about do regular makeup. That's about as far as those skills lie.
Honestly, Detective, you don't trust anyone.
Why would we trust anyone, Archibald? You've been
and
late
with
for
good
all
reason.
Weekend. Yeah.
I've been thinking about my time with the family.
I often think on fond
this has
memories,
been a weird case.
but it does not take me to a storage room in the middle of the night.
There are many memories held within these walls. I just wanted to see them again.
Archibald is being really weird.
I didn't realize the noise I was making.
Obviously. Were you preoccupied looking for another of the Major's medals?
Of course not. I already explained.
No, monsieur. You attempted to dupe me again into believing one of your stories.
Need to update Instagram deets on my Twitch feed. Oh, thank you for letting me know. I need to, yeah.
Please, Detective.
I will. Thank you.
I know you know how it ended
Yes,
up
I
in my
changed it,
possession.
didn't? Oh my goodness, I
was
forgot
just
that.
trying
Yeah,
to
I
get some
changed
extra money together to send home.
I changed usernames
lose
to
this
try and match
job.
up a little bit more.
If Lady Van den Bosch found out...
Thank you. But yeah, I think it's like I think it's something like _chaos_organized now. Yeah. Yeah, so I think it used to be my actual name and then I changed it to Chaos Organized. But yeah, I think if you look up like _chaos_organized, I think it's something like that.
Theft of a medal would be the very
I'm not very
least
good.
of your problem.
I need to do like a bit of a revamp as well, and just update a bunch of stuff. I'm hoping to kind of get everything all. Oh yay! You found me. Amazing. Oh, yep. I'm gonna try and post a little bit more on there as well. Mainly it's of my cat. But I mean, you know what? Cat content is still content. I've been trying to do reels as well recently. That's been really fun. So I want to do a few more of those.
You never let on. How long have you known it was her?
Okay, so we know that the murderer was Elizabeth.
Monsieur,
And Archibald's just
I am
confirmed
Detective
it.
Hercule Poirot. I only show my hand when I deem it necessary.
You will be taking her away then.
She will stand trial for what she has done.
But you don't know the full story. She is just a servant in this house. If she is arrested, that will be the end for her.
If Mademoiselle was only protecting herself, as you both have claimed, she will surely be found innocent.
Deceive? I'm sorry that I lied to you about the medal.
Even when confronted, Monsieur Sterling still remains steadfast and refused to acknowledge what he has done.
Would you care to explain the fake telephone call? It was purely for my benefit, no?
Amazing. Oh, enjoy. And have a lovely weekend.
Why would I fake a telephone call?
I need to do a skincare routine tonight.
The same reason
So
that
glad
Mademoiselle
you're keeping
Rihanna
up with
dressed
it.
in the Major's jacket in the snow, to allow not only the guests but me to believe the Major was still alive.
I didn't kill him, Detective.
I know, monsieur, but I also know that you helped the one that did to cover their tracks.
It wasn't like that. We were just trying to help. She had no part in it. The Major's military storage box.
The one that stored his medals.
Amongst other things, yes.
What other
And those
things?
other things are?
I had to protect her. If you found it when searching the study, you would have carted her off then and there.
Oh, the murder weapon.
Whatever it is you have hidden, it will not remain that way for
It's
much
got to
longer.
be, hasn't it? Monsieur Sterling is obviously hiding something. I should perhaps conduct my own search for it instead of relying on
I
his
need a
cryptic
moment.
messages. Okay, let's have a little look. What can we... Detached saint carving.
Aha.
One of the many saint carvings from around the house, abandoned in a box. Okay. There's not too much to click on. I'm not... Let's see, is there anything here? Okay. Archibald hid items related to the murder. Archibald claims there is more to the story. Detached saint carving.
Another success.
Detached carving may relate to a door in this room. That would explain Archibald's presence. Secret room accessible within storage rooms.
Things are beginning to be...
Archibald must have hidden items in the secret room. I presume this exists within here somewhere. Okay. So now that we've done that, we should be able to inspect the furniture. To reveal the secret room. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Military service box. Okay, so that's where the medals were being kept. And letters and keepsakes. Okay, I'm guessing nothing super interesting. Expensive lighter as well. So I've unfortunately been through a war. I believe we already know something about this mystery. I don't know. Letter, okay. Ah, military knife. Oh! Last will and testament of the late Viscount. It seems he truly loved Angeline. Last will and testament. I declare that I, Viscount Edwin van der Bosch, am of sound mind. This last will expresses my wishes without undue influence or duress. In the event of my death, I hereby appoint my wife, Cassandra van der Bosch, as the executor of the Van den Bosch estate, and I leave the remaining wealth held in the Van den Bosch name to my only daughter, Angeline. Any outstanding debts, expenses of my last illness, funeral expenses, and administration costs are to be paid from the Van den Bosch account at the National Bank of Belgium. To my daughter, Angeline, you are the apple of my eye and the brightest star in the sky. Never allow your light to fade for even a moment. To my wife, Cassandra, thank you for the many joyous years. We have laughed, we have loved, and we have brought the most precious of gifts into this world together. I trust that you will protect her and prepare her for a future full of opportunity and hope. Aww. That's a sweet little letter. I don't really know what it means, if it means anything. Like belonging to the major. This knife, okay. Anything to do with the... No? Okay. Let's see, what can we link up? Okay. Rose engraving. Major's lighter with a military regiment. Unrecognizable symbol.
Is there something?
Oh, the rose engraving?
The pieces of the puzzle.
This lighter must belong to the Major. The army symbol all but confirms this. But don't I already have this in my possession?
Magnifique.
The lighter I found in the military box is certainly the Major's, meaning the other one is not. Talk to Archibald, okay. What else we got? Bloodstains. Been stained into the blade despite clear attempts to clean it. What can I now confirm? Murder weapon.
What a revelation.
Murder weapon has been found. Elizabeth must have used this in the study. Okay, so now we need to talk to Archibald about what we have found.
There is no use lying anymore.
Well, duh.
He always had his regiment lighter that he received in the war on his person.
And yet, it was not his regiment emblem that was engraved on it.
My father's. It must have fallen out of my pocket. You still have it, Detective.
Monsieur, you have stashed evidence, manipulated a crime scene,
Okay, yeah,
obscured
he's a
my
douchebag,
investigation,
but, like,
and yet
give him
it
his
is a
dad's
lighter
lighter
that
back.
you worry about most.
If it is my path to end up behind bars for what I have done, so be it. It is Elizabeth that you cannot allow to be locked up without the truth being told. I have heard how you fought for that young maid before. Florette, is it? I only ask that you do the same for Elizabeth.
The only difference is Florette was completely innocent, and Elizabeth has killed somebody.
You found it.
Not there,
Even
it was
the
just laying
secret
out there.
area that has been created here is not concealed enough to stop Detective Hercule Poirot.
I couldn't just leave it at the scene for you to find.
The Major was killed by his own knife. The knife that protected his life during the war would eventually be the one that ended it.
It
Oh,
was
the
in his
poetry.
holster when he attacked her. He had hold of her arm. What else was she meant to use to get him off of her?
Cannot imagine the Major would have given his knife up easily. She must have been in close proximity to reach it. Perhaps he did attack her, as she
didn't
claims.
plan any of it, Detective. She was only defending herself.
That makes sense with what the Comtesse said
That is what
about
Mademoiselle
the
told you?
wound being kind of a defensive style.
She did, and I believe her. You think you knew the Major, but you had no idea. He was a monster and had more secrets than all of us combined.
That may be true, but that does not excuse what she has done.
Put yourself in her shoes for a minute. If a man like that had attacked me the way he did Lizzie, I would have done a lot worse to him.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth has told Monsieur Sterling a version of the events that suggests she was attacked by the Major. I struggle to believe that she would make such a story up, but then I also did not believe she could do such a
I
thing
need a
as
moment.
commit murder. Okay. So we've got one more link to do here.
Some would say a lucky guess.
Oh, that worked well. If the only thing I found was Archibald's lighter, he must have collected something else. What else did Archibald collect from the garden? Archibald collected something dropped from the window. The murder weapon?
I should not be surprised by my own.
Archibald dropped the murder weapon from the window, collected it, then hid it in the secret room. Okay, so I'll jump back to Archie.
There is no use. When you asked me yesterday about seeing someone out there, I thought the game was up.
That does not explain what you were doing out there.
When Lizzie took me to the study, the knife was still in the Major's chest, and I knew I had to get rid of it. I dropped it out of the window, knowing no one would be going outside. It was fine for the time being, but I couldn't risk it being found when the snow melted.
So you collected it under the cover of darkness and stowed it away in here where you thought no one would find it.
After your questioning in the pantry, I knew you were onto something, and I couldn't leave it here.
And where did you plan on moving it to?
Honestly,
Okay, we've unlocked a new conversation. Who with? Collecting the item and hiding it to save Elizabeth. He must truly want to protect her from the law. Okay. So we've solved why Archie was being suspicious. So what's the plan now? So we still need to figure out the why and the how and the when. What do I do?
there is no use.
Oh,
Why
okay.
what? Why I would risk everything to help Lizzie?
Exactement.
Because she is family. If you were in that position,
No.
you would do the same.
Boom.
I can assure you, monsieur, that I would not.
Then perhaps that says something about you,
Yeah.
Detective. I would do anything for her, for any of my staff.
Even if it means crossing the boundaries of the law.
Yes.
Without question.
Oh, Archie, you've redeemed yourself in my eyes. Lengths that Monsieur Starling would go to protect someone he considers family as admirable, but when those lengths break the very laws that are in place to protect the innocent, they cannot be ignored. He's not innocent though, is he? The Major was kind of the opposite. Ask what your morning duties for the ladies of the house are complete. Mademoiselle Rihanna and yourself wait in the staff quarters.
Aye, detective. But please, you have to help Lizzie. It was all an accident. She doesn't deserve to spend the rest of her days behind bars because of that man.
If she is put behind bars, it is because that is what the courts have decided upon.
Oh my god.
Detective, you can't be so cruel.
It is not cruelty, monsieur. It is the law.
Ick. Poirot being a real party pooper. Have all the pieces of the puzzle to deduce why Elizabeth killed the Major. Now I must allow my little grey cells to put them together. Okay. Determine why Elizabeth killed the Major. After finding those documents in the hidden room, things are starting to fall into place as to why Elizabeth may have killed him. So, Luke died in the factory strike.
I must act
No?
on...
Okay. Let's see. Oh. Expand the evidence. Okay. Felix has been discharged from the British Army in consequence of crimes against humanity during a period of war. Prisoners of war being held under the supervision of Felix Hagen. Prisoners were executed in an act that disobeyed direct orders. Been withdrawn from his position, will return to England. Renounce all responsibility of his rank. Return any and all uniform. Return to civilian life. Pension will be revoked. Any benefits are stopped with an immediate effect. Okay, so that's why he was broke. The Major paid white male rent. Okay, in the military service box contained a war map, an empty canteen. It's just military standard box. Viscount's will under the guardianship of Madame. Viscount left everything to Angeline. Major was recruiting for his militia by contact. Oh, okay. Dear Felix, how hoofing it is to hear from you after so long. Surprising to hear you have settled on the continent, although I recall you talking about a different caliber of women over there. You're sorely missed at the George and Dragon. Would you believe Duncan still tends bar and still refers to himself as king of the castle? One day you will finally get committed. There were rumours you'd return to South Africa, but after what we'd seen and what we had to do, I knew you couldn't have. At your request, I forwarded with this letter correspondence information for the remaining members of the battalion. I have no fear they will be proud to follow you once more. I wait patiently for my orders. Ugh. So the Major contacted old friends from his time at the war. Okay. So Major was in bad financial state because he wasn't receiving a pension. Who could the Major have turned to in his time of need? Ernesto.
Things are beginning to become...
Major needed the job to go ahead. It was the only way to guarantee money in his pocket. What could he do to ensure the job would be complete? Attacking first.
The pieces of the puzzle.
To secure his payment, the Major must have ordered the attack of the strikes. What were the consequences of the Major ordering the first attack? Luke dying.
Another success.
The Major's actions unfortunately led to the death of Luke, and all agreed who would have most been affected by this. Elizabeth.
What a revelation.
Elizabeth has probably lost more than anyone else involved. She may have sought her revenge.
This will not get me any. I must take a different approach. Order and method. That
Oh, okay. And this is to do with the
things
ransom.
are
So I don't know if
beginning
it's
to
the same
become
thing.
clear.
Information would have destroyed his reputation if unveiled a strong motive for blackmail. Elizabeth doesn't seem like the vengeful type. All signs are pointing to her seeking revenge for her beloved Luke. Okay, so I'm guessing the blackmail didn't really have much to do with it in terms of the actual murder. Okay. So we're going to go talk to Elizabeth now.
Detective Poirot, I'm
Or not.
glad you're awake.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. It has certainly not been a night of peaceful sleep. There is something that we must discuss.
Please, detective, I'm not sure I can take any more surprises like last night.
I'm afraid
Surprise!
this may be
You're
the most
made as a
upsetting
murderer.
of them all.
You have found Felix's killer, haven't you?
I have. And the guilty party will certainly come as a shock.
Detective,
It was Mademoiselle Elizabeth that was behind the Major's death.
you must be mistaken. Elizabeth could not do such a thing.
I assure you I am not. It is something I spent much of last night deliberating. When you spoke of the telephone lines being out of order, it made me question the conversation I thought I had heard Monsieur Sterling make with the Major before connecting the call to him.
But it hasn't been working all weekend.
Exactement, mademoiselle. That is when I knew I had once again been lied to.
She was meant to be resting in the staff quarters. She has not been well.
I am afraid that was yet another lie, orchestrated to keep her from incriminating herself.
Why would you think that, detective?
I only managed a few words with her before we were quite abruptly interrupted by Monsieur Sterling.
I must admit, he has a habit of speaking over the other staff.
It was much more than merely disturbing our conversation. It was done with the intention to prevent Mademoiselle saying something that she should not.
So, Elizabeth killed Felix, and then Archibald helped her cover it up?
In its simplest form, oui. I have heard it directly from the horse's mouth.
You have spoken with Elizabeth already? Did she admit to it?
Not Elizabeth, but Monsieur Sterling.
This is all a waste of time. We need to
How
talk
was
to
it?
Elizabeth.
What were you doing in there, detective?
It was Monsieur Sterling that I found in there. I was taken by some surprise to hear anyone awake at that hour.
What on earth was he doing?
He claimed he was merely reminiscing of his time with the family.
You don't believe him?
It did not take long for me to uncover the truth of why he was there, and the location of the Major's murder weapon.
Hidden area?
A room that held all of the Major's secrets.
I had no idea. Did you discover the reason for his blackmail?
I did. Were you aware he was dishonorably discharged from the army?
Dishonorably? What does that mean?
I will not hide the truth from Mademoiselle, but I will try and be as delicate as possible with the news of the Major's prior actions.
Yes, Gideon told me about the conversation you had. It is really quite upsetting.
Zachariah was adamant of the Major's cruelty during the war, but the extent was not known until now. He killed a number of prisoners, men that were friends of Zachariah.
Surely not. He would not do such a thing. They must have been trying to escape.
I am afraid not. They were in fact unarmed.
Oh, detective.
It is the reason he was discharged, denied his military pension, and I believe the reason he fled England.
He had been such an important part of my life for so long, but I feel like I hardly knew him. In a sense, you said it was she that killed him.
It was her hand that held the knife, but he was quite insistent it happened in self-defense.
In all of the years
I just want to go
have
talk to
known
Elizabeth.
her, she
I just
has
want to find
barely
out.
even raised her voice. I can.
The whole truth cannot be known until Mademoiselle Elizabeth has told her story.
I allow my perception of her character to conceal any thought of her involvement. It seems I am not the only one.
Will you allow me to be present?
I think that is an excellent idea. I hope your presence will calm her and will perhaps allow her to speak more freely.
Please, detective. I know she has done a terrible thing, but I beg of you to give her the time to explain herself.
I will offer Mademoiselle Elizabeth the fair trial that she deserves, as I would with any suspect.
Thank you, Detective Poirot.
Would you bring Mademoiselle Elizabeth to the study, where we will not be disturbed?
Of course, I'll find her immediately.
Okay, here we go. I believe what Monsieur Sterling has already told me about the events that occurred between Mademoiselle and the Major. I do not believe she would have had to do what she did if he had not attacked her and pushed her to the point where she feared for her life. I must listen to her story, the truth, and only then can her punishment be determined.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth, merci for joining us.
Miss Angeline said you requested to see me urgently.
We have some serious matters to discuss, and I would like to waste no further time.
Oh, yes, Detective. Still not quite myself.
I was surprised when Monsieur Sterling hurried you to assist Madame Vandenbosch last night.
I should not have avoided my duties for so long. The house does not stop because I'm feeling a little under the weather.
That is true, but you cannot be expected to complete all your tasks if you are not in the right frame of mind.
Honestly, Detective, it was best for me to not sit and wallow anymore. Yes, that is where he spent his last moments. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his fellow workers.
The resulting riots were a terrible tragedy, one that I hope we will not have to see or experience again. Something that could have been avoided had the Major and his team done what was required of them.
Nobody deserved to die that day. Not my Luke. Have you been able to uncover who the blackmailer is?
The blackmailer's identity has been established, and they will pay the price for their crimes.
Wonderful news, Detective. You can put it all behind you now. You must be thrilled.
I would not say thrilled, knowing that such a close friend has betrayed us.
Mademoiselle is correct. What I have learned over this weekend is that people are not always as they appear. While they may give an impression of being a friend or ally, they can in fact be something completely different.
And, what of the Major's killer?
Well, Mademoiselle, that is why I have asked you here now.
I'm not quite sure what you want me to say, Detective.
Your honest opinion is all I ask, and, s'il te plaît, do not hold back. No one else felt it necessary.
We only spoke when there was something in the house to be done. We did not speak of interests or pastimes.
You knew of his work with Monsieur de Silva?
I only know what is required of me to know, and that is very little.
But you were aware of his work as security at Monsieur de Silva's factory.
I was.
The factory your beloved Luke worked at before he was
See, I
cruelly
thought
taken
Luke
from
was
this
the-
world.
Like, gardener.
Yes, Detective.
Hi, Gabby! How are you? Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday.
Detective, what kind of question is that?
We are in the middle of solving a murder.
It is a straightforward one. Mademoiselle, if there is something you wish to tell me, now is that time.
Oh, I forgot as well. I need to say hola. There we go.
I'm sorry, Detective. I just don't know how to answer it.
I've spoken French, I've spoken Spanish and English today in this stream.
Let us consider what we know of the Major. He fronted the militia that attacked the workers at the strike. You were aware of this? You finally had someone to blame for Luke's death. Someone conveniently located in the same house, alone in his study.
No, Detective. It wasn't like that.
That's okay. No worries at all. Hope you've
Tell
had
me
a
what
good
happened
day.
with the Major on the evening of his death.
I think at
only
this
in here
point
trying
we're
to
literally
prove what
going to
I heard
keep
Mr.
playing
Becker
until
say.
this game is
I was
complete
going to
because I think
report him,
we're
I
like
swear.
nearly there.
Miss Angeline, you believe me, don't you?
I've gone over by half an hour. I normally finish up at 10.
I want to. I am still trying to understand it all myself. Why don't you start from the beginning?
I was delivering Miss Angeline's dress to her room when I heard Mr. Becker's arguing with the Major in his study. they were ever so loud. I thought the whole house would have been listening to what they were saying. Mr. Beckers was talking about the factory strikes and how it was the Major's fault. He told him that if he didn't own up to his crimes, he would go to the newspapers.
I cannot imagine the Major would have taken kindly to Monsieur Becker's threat.
He didn't. He called him some rather uncouth names before Mr. Beckers left and went downstairs. I made sure to keep out of sight. After the altercation between the Major and Master Gideon, you went to speak with him outside, and I thought I could look around his study without anyone knowing. I had to know for sure. If it was true, he deserved to be held accountable.
And did you find the proof you are looking for?
I found a payment from Mr. De Silva, but there was nothing incriminating about that. I was so nervous. I felt like my heart was beating out of my chest.
And then you saw the blackmail note.
I recognized the writing on the envelope. I couldn't believe it. How could he do such a thing to Angeline? To the family that had taken him in?
Common sense would determine the Major was another victim of the blackmailer.
If I'd have used common sense, I wouldn't have been snooping around alone in his study in the first place. I heard the footsteps in the hall, and before I could move, the Major was standing in front of me, demanding to know why I was going through his belongings without permission. I tried to come up with an excuse, but nothing came out, and when he saw the letter in my hand, it was like Dr. Jekyll turning into Mr. Hyde. I tried to move around him towards the door, but he hurled something towards me, and it crashed against the wall.
That would explain the damage to the wall.
I froze. I have never been so scared in all my life. I thought he was going to kill me there and then.
And you thought you would beat him to it?
Oh, Detective, you make it sound as though I had it all planned. He lunged forward and grabbed me by the arm. I tried to push him away, but he was too strong. His grip just got tighter and tighter. If only you had seen the look in his eyes, I dared not even scream. I saw the sheath on his belt. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to hurt him, but he wouldn't let go of me.
So you took your opportunity to put an end to it all.
I just wanted to get him off me. I didn't want to hurt him. I reached for it and I jabbed it at him. His grip instantly loosened and I ran straight out the door and didn't look back.
You did not even look to see what state you had left him in?
She had just been attacked, Detective.
Oui, please. Continue.
I ran down to the pantry looking for Rahana. She took one look at me and knew something was wrong. I explained to her what had happened and she went to find Archie. She said he would know what to do. We went back to the study and he was still lying there, motionless. Archie said that no one would believe me. That if someone like me killed someone like him, I would be sent straight to the gallows. He left the letter so you would find it. He said that if people knew what the Major was really like, then they wouldn't care what happened to him.
So I am to believe that it was Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that cleaned the scene and orchestrated a plan that included a fake telephone call and dressing as the Major so that he may be seen. You had nothing to do with that.
I swear I had no idea that is what they had done. Archie just told me to stay out of sight. I am no master criminal.
Then Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna will be charged for obstruction of justice and impeding my investigation.
Please, Detective, they were only trying to help me.
If they wished to help you, they should have brought all of this to my attention immediately instead of committing more illegal acts.
God. Poirot, stop being such a knob. So straight edge.
She was only accused of stealing a bracelet. I killed a man.
It is a day I have not forgotten, mademoiselle.
I'm kind of surprised. I thought Poirot would come back.
Without your help, I don't stand a chance. Please, Detective Poirot, you are the only one that can help me.
Oh, Elizabeth, why didn't you come to me?
I didn't think you would believe me. I felt so guilty. And when it was announced yesterday that he was a victim of the blackmailer, I wanted to tell you everything. I came to find you last night, Detective, but Archie stopped me. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's solve the mystery. Okay. So, Elizabeth does stab the Major when you let go, and it is a defensive strike. So, we solved it in terms of the why as well. And it was during the evening celebrations. where Elizabeth was looking for proof of the strikes. We've done it!
Oh, yes, I don't know where it is.
If you have been honest with me until now, I ask that you continue.
I'm sorry, I really don't know. Archie dropped it out of the study window and he said he would deal with it. I couldn't bear to touch the thing.
Yes, knife in his possession. I believe that from Mademoiselle's reaction, she did not know what became of it. Unaware of the efforts that Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna went to mask what she had done, Monsieur Sterling was not lying when he said he would do anything for her.
Please, I was only protecting myself. I didn't want to hurt him. He just wouldn't let me go.
Oui, mademoiselle. I know.
I hope she doesn't.
Tells quite the harrowing.
I cannot imagine the Major acting in such a way. But Elizabeth could not make up such a story.
After learning what I have about the Major's character this weekend, I would not question the lengths he would go to in order to keep his secret hidden. I know that you share a close bond with Mademoiselle Elizabeth, but you cannot allow your personal feelings to taint your belief of what took place.
She has committed a terrible crime, but she will live with that for the rest of her life. She's not a cold-blooded killer.
If what she says of the Major's attack is true, she acted in self-defense. And in the law's eyes, a crime has not been committed. I will do everything I can to make sure her story is heard and a fair trial is conducted.
Boo. That's not how the law works. I believe the version of events that Mademoiselle Elizabeth has confessed to are true. The Major, having fallen into fit of rage at the prospect of his sordid secrets coming to light, he attacked the young Mademoiselle and drove her to do what she had to do to protect herself. She put herself in a dangerous position, but there is a small part of me that commends the duty she felt to find justice for her beloved and the other workers that lost their lives at the Major's order. If the telephone line is now working, I must call in my findings. With the remaining snow, it may be some time before
Mademoiselle,
they arrive.
it is time I addressed the house.
Are you sure? What will you say? What if they do not listen?
I can assure you.
Elizabeth was right, though. She's just a servant. What if they...
Mademoiselle, when Detective Poirot speaks, they will listen. Would you ask the guests to convene in the library?
Of course. And what of the staff?
I have told Monsieur Sterling to remain in the staff quarters with the others. When the authorities arrive, they shall be dealt with. You have been of great help to me throughout my investigation, and now that it is over, I have one final request.
You only need to ask.
While I am speaking with the guests in the library, would you watch over Mademoiselle Elizabeth in my room?
You don't think she will try and escape, do you?
In her position, I do not know what she might try, but I trust with you there, any potential ideas of such a thing will be squashed.
Here we go. The denouement.
Detective, you have spent more time making us sit and wait for you than anything else.
Madame Van den Bosch, if you think I have spent my time focused on anything besides uncovering the Major's killer, you are sorely mistaken.
I'm sure you will be eager to share your findings with us then.
All in good time, Madame.
It's the part
Firstly,
of the movie.
To understand the truth of what has
Where they
occurred
announce
this
who
weekend,
did it and
one
etc.
must
Even
know
though
the
we've already
timeline of
figured out
events
everything.
that not only preceded the Major's death, but succeeded.
We are all well aware of what happened before, Detective. You can save your breath.
But
You are only aware of
I
what the guilty
want
parties
to
wanted you to
do
believe.
storytelling.
But now I shall apprise you to the true events. The reason for us all being here, you know. The altercation between Monsieur Demire and the Major, you know. The body of Monsieur Hagen was found while we were all sat enjoying a most delicious meal. That you also know. But what was kept from us all was that his body lay on the study floor for far longer than was thought.
It was that servant. She found him.
S'il te plaît, monsieur. It was indeed young Inga that found the Major's body lying lifeless in the study.
So it was her.
Oh my god,
Monsieur,
Hugo.
I will not allow for any further interruptions. I return to the Major's body. If we are to believe the scene that we were presented with, the Major must have been killed during the first course of our meal, a meal that none of you left, even for a moment. Speaking in the evening, you all confirmed one another's alibis, and although there was doubt in the validity of some, I confirmed that they were indeed all true. What I could not understand was how a man came to be found dead, and every guest accounted for at the time of death. That is until I questioned the latter. Monsieur Beckers, I shall now allow you to speak. You saw the Major smoking a cigar in the snow. Is that true?
It is.
False. You saw what you were meant to see. Someone in the Major's coat standing outside, giving the illusion that the Major was still very much alive. Monsieur da Silva, on the afternoon of the Major's death, do you recall hearing a telephone ring?
Now that you mention it, I have not heard a single ring all weekend.
Correct. The telephone lines have been down for the duration of our stay, meaning the telephone call that was received and promptly directed to the Major's study was yet another act of trickery and deceit. But it did not end there. When I entered the study for the first time, it was obvious someone had already been there and falsified the scene to stage a burglary and clear away important evidence, including the murder weapon. What followed was an investigation that had already been hindered. But even those lengths were not enough to derail me for long.
I think we have all had enough of your self-praise, Detective.
You know what?
Perhaps you would like to tell us
Cassandra,
about
for
your
once you're right. Get to the bloody point,
Madame, as I'm sure
Poirot.
you would expect, it is not as simple as that. What many of you do not know is the discussion that was had between the Major and Monsieur Beckers earlier that day.
What has that got to do with anything? I told you I didn't kill him.
That I know to be true. What you do not know is that it was not only his ears that heard your spoken words.
I hope you are not implying I had something to do with it.
No, madame, there was another. Mademoiselle Elizabeth. You are all aware that the Major was hired by Monsieur da Silva to front the security during the workers' strikes. What very few of you know is that it was the Major's order that instigated the vicious attacks on those unarmed men and resulted in numerous deaths, including Mademoiselle Elizabeth's fiancé, Luc. Monsieur Beckers confronted the Major, declaring that he was to hand himself in. That is what Mademoiselle Elizabeth overheard. Now, knowing the truth, she waited until the Major was away from his study. After he stepped outside following the confrontation with Monsieur Demire's fist, it looked to be the perfect opportunity, or so she thought. The Major returned and found her looking for the proof she required to hand him over to the authorities.
If the maid bumped him off, why hasn't she been arrested?
The events that followed in the study are not those of a cold-blooded murder, but one of a young girl that had no other option but to protect her own life.
Sounds to me, Detective, like you have taken a shine to this young girl and would rather protest her innocence than arrest her for murder, the crime she has committed. Jeez, this is gonna make for a juicy
Oh my
story.
god, Jackie.
Mademoiselle, I ask you this. You have seen the Major's anger before, oui?
What if I have?
How do you think he would have reacted if someone was to find proof that he had committed a terrible act, and that, if made public, would surely result in his incarceration? Exactement.
It is quite the story you have told, Detective, but all I have heard is that Elizabeth overheard a conversation blaming the Major for her fiancé's death, and she murdered him in revenge. A servant killing a man that is as revered as he was. She will face the noose.
I am not denying that a man has lost his life, but it is not the crime of murder that you all believe. While the Major did not deserve to die in such a way, it was his actions towards Mademoiselle Elizabeth that drove her to defend herself in any way she could. Mademoiselle Elizabeth will be punished. But we will let the law decide the severity of her punishment.
She has played you like a fiddle, detective, acting the innocent victim. She will be arrested and hanged for her crime, like every other cold-blooded killer.
Here, here.
Ew,
her
and
what she
that's
deserves.
You
The
go,
girl has got
really?
to pay for what she's done.
Oh my god, all these people are rubbish. Could not have been clearer what occurred in the Major study. They've all forgotten their own perceptions of the Major, the terrible crimes he's committed, and what he's done to them all in one way or another. I cannot allow for Madame Elizabeth's sentence to be negatively influenced by those in the house. I must help them see how their past actions have led to those unfortunate circumstances and losses of life. Perhaps I should remind them all of their participation in not only the workers' strikes, but the resulting
Those of you that are
riots.
calling for the hanging of Mademoiselle Elizabeth, have you forgotten the roles you played? Your actions have been far from innocent.
Look, Detective, I see where you are going with this, but it's not going to work. So maybe the strikes were down to De Silva and Beckers. But don't try and drag me into their mistakes.
Mademoiselle Conrad, if you are so confident of your innocence, perhaps we should begin with you.
Convincing Mademoiselle Conrad to admit her involvement will be no easy feat. She is strong-minded and has deflected questions in the past. Perhaps a more aggressive approach is in order.
You don't need to imply it's only me that does. Ask any of my journalists, they'll say the same.
Even if in the process people are hurt? You knew the situation surrounding the strikes and only sought to swell the anger in people and create further chaos. Mademoiselle, you so often have something to say. Now is not the time for silence.
You really are delusional. Maybe you should just keep your theories and claims to yourself. You obviously have no idea what goes on in my world. I would say stick to honest police work, but it seems that it's not in your field either. Look, it's...
Mademoiselle, I do not have time for your excuses. Do you wish to state your direct involvement, or should I?
It's not... Okay, fine. Yes, the story was going nowhere. There was a deal on the table, and it was going to be done and dusted. Everything you said is true. I wanted the story. The scoop that would have blown the others out of the water. I never wanted anyone to get hurt. But I can see what I did wasn't right. I didn't think you had this side in you. I can see now why Angeline asked for you personally. You're not like other cops. It's clear it's the law and doing the right thing through and through with you.
Okay, this is a
If you
little.
say it was
This is like
self-defense,
packing on a
I believe
little
you.
thick, Jackie.
We cannot
You can
just
just be
forget
like,
what
"Ugh,
that girl has
fine,
done.
I get it."
It's not Jackie's fault, or any of ours, that she decided to do what she did.
Monsieur Beckers, you are the last person I expected to defend Mademoiselle Conrad. We talked only last night, and correct me if I am wrong, but you have already declared the role you played. To me, at least.
Yes, we talked. It's just not fair of you to attack Jackie like that, putting words in her mouth until she succumbs to your plan.
I know enough of Monsieur Beckers to know that pushing him will not yield the results I need. Playing the role of an ally may be the best way to approach him.
Detective, I'm afraid you're misunderstood. That is not how it was. It was not my intention for things to escalate as they did. I could not have predicted that would happen. Jackie was documenting everything to do with the strikes. She wanted our story to be heard and wanted to know how I was handling the negotiations.
And they were handled by yourself?
Naturally. If I cannot handle simple negotiations, I am not fit to be in the position I am in. I was only pushing for what my men deserved, what they needed. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, Detective. Surely you must know that. Nothing is ever simple, Detective. I'm sure you understand that better than anyone.
Statement. Such details be presented for justice to prevail. The whole truth must be known.
You're right, Detective.
Okay.
I have tried so hard to deny my part.
Hell yeah.
I know only too
6
well
for
that
6
my
so
decisions
far.
led to the death of those men. I know I cannot excuse what I've done. I just want you all to know that I am not a hateful or malicious man. I only wanted to prove that I was the right man. I have lived in other shadows for so long. I thought I would be able to finally step into the light and be the one that everyone remembered, not forgot. Monsieur da Silva offered me a deal and I turned it down. I thought I was doing right by the workers, but it was only myself I was thinking about.
What more proof do you need? He said it himself. I made a generous offer to reach a resolution, and he turned his nose up at it.
It was not that simple, though. An offer was made, but Monsieur Beckers and the workers would never have been forced into that position had their working conditions been satisfactory to begin with.
This is outrageous! Do you plan on blaming everyone for doing their jobs? I suppose it makes you feel better about yourself, doesn't it?
Uh-oh, Ernesto's grumpy. Although Monsieur de Silva eventually opened up, he was defensive when we discussed the matters of his blackmail, and that was a private conversation behind closed doors. I cannot imagine he will be forthcoming in front of other guests. He's going to need some convincing to admit his faults again.
It may be a big deal to you, but I am used to workers not being happy with something. And most of the time, that unhappiness is directed at me. When you're in charge of your own factory, you'll understand. If you think otherwise, maybe you have proved us all right, that you aren't the great detective you claim to be.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
You said it. Anonymous. I don't know them, and it doesn't sound like they know me. When you have something people want...
I'm not doing good with this one, guys.
They will do anything, including constructing lies to get their hands on it.
Monsieur da Silva, you seem to have forgotten our previous conversations.
I recall them just fine, thank you. A police officer trying to manipulate facts to fit his own agenda. Shocking. Do you really think this is the first time blame has fallen at my feet? Although I don't think I've seen someone try so hard before to even convince themselves of what they are saying.
Have you not learnt enough already from having your factories closed? If you have any hope to return to normality, you must admit your faults and accept the repercussions.
I may have been a little harsh with my staff. I only wanted to prepare them for the realities of this world.
Sure you did.
I was never given the opportunities that they have today, and I succeeded. All they do is demand more and more. At the factories and at the house. How am I meant to keep a good profit if every franc is going to them? I offered what I could. I was willing to meet in the middle. But maybe that wasn't enough. Swallowing one's pride is no easy feat. But if it means that a young girl will receive fair judgment, I am prepared to do it.
Merci, monsieur, for your honesty. Admitting your responsibility is an honorable move.
What now, detective? Is this absurdity going to continue much longer? Even after all your attempts, detective, Felix was still murdered. Self-defense or not, she chose to hide what she had done because she knew what she had done was wrong.
So I'm guessing we're going to point out about the previous maid and what she did to the maid
to hide
a long
anything,
time ago.
madame. If in her position, I ask, what would you have done? The Major has already furiously thrown an object at you, barely missing your head, and now has hold of your arm.
I wouldn't have driven a knife into him, that I can tell you for sure. She is no fool. She intended to kill, not to defend.
Madame van den Bosch will be a much greater challenge, but my method of approach has worked with her before. If I am to sway her into seeing that Mademoiselle Elizabeth had no other option, I must persuade her it was the Major's actions, that drove her to do what she did.
Quite presumptuous of you to assume violence is in his nature.
Putting my own feelings towards the Major aside, he was not an honorable man, at least at some time in his life. He must have been for you to allow him in your house for so many years. So, even you confirm he had a history of aggression.
I'm sure that is none of my business. Likewise, it is none of yours.
The Major shot and killed a number of unarmed prisoners as they were bound and terrified, posing no threat. His actions are unforgivable and should not be defended by anyone.
You judge him so harshly, but I return the question.
Not shot
What would you
unarmed
have
people.
done in his position? He had made mistakes. I will not deny that. In those moments when a decision had to be made, it fell to him, and he did what he saw fit.
S'il te plaît, madame. I ask that you consider everything you know of the Major carefully.
He was not always like that. The man that I called a friend would never have done what he has. I cannot allow another innocent person to be punished for his vicious and barbarous
Cassandra.
behavior.
You have seen the Major act in a similar manner as I described before, haven't you? What was the outcome then?
You have convinced me that I am wrong, in both my opinion on Elizabeth's punishment and in the friendships I keep. Is that not enough for you?
Not when a potential crime has been committed, and I fear an innocent party may have been punished for it.
He was just a boy. I told him to stop, but he was like a wild animal.
The confrontation with Mademoiselle Elizabeth was not the first time he has come close to killing another.
It was following the officer's ball. A young man, no older than
Oh my God.
16, stopped us on the street, begging for some change. Felix pushed him away, but he was persistent. He only wanted a few coins. Like a flash, Felix snapped and wouldn't let go of him. He would not stop punching him. I have never seen anything so brutal.
Yikes.
But he was never charged for the attack.
Felix called the captain at the station and said that the boy had tried to rob him, and he was merely defending himself. The boy was thrown behind bars without a second thought. It was a full week before the bruises on Felix's knuckles finally faded.
And even after witnessing such a brutal assault, you still support him. You still believe that he had not attacked Elizabeth.
The days following, he showed no signs of remorse, no apology to him or to me. I blamed it on the amount he had had to drink. But when you began talking about him finding Elizabeth in his study, I somehow knew it had happened again.
Had you been open about the Major's temper, this could all have been avoided. When you tell the courts the truth, Mademoiselle Elizabeth's self-defense plea cannot be ignored.
Just when I thought I
Oh,
could not
fuck off,
see a
Margot.
more
Sorry.
spineless
I
move.
was just gonna say it like that. Margot is
Excuse
evil.
me.
You allowed a bully and thug to remain in your house and endanger your family.
I'm sorry, Margot, but I am struggling to understand why you have involved yourself in this affair.
I'm surprised you can hear me way up there on that high horse of yours.
How dare you speak to me in that way? Who I decide to keep in my house is my decision and no one else's.
I can see that. Murderers, thieves, and extortionists are all acceptable, it seems.
Countess, I have talked at length of the Major's death, but not the reason for my invitation in the first place. When I last gathered you all together, I spoke of a blackmail ring that was rife in the area, and then of the letter that the Major had received. Mademoiselle Angeline requested my help personally after she received such a letter threatening her family name. She felt I was the only one that could uncover the truth. And uncover the truth I have.
Get on with it, detective. Who dared try and extort my family and then have the gall to allow me to welcome them into my home?
If it was not for the honesty of a young servant, I would
when
perhaps still
about
be
the
looking
girl?
for the
For goodness sake, it was me.
Thank you, Margot, for hurrying along this.
How could you?
While it looked as though the Countess was helping the young women at the shelter, she was in fact only finding them positions of employment in wealthy homes to gather information on them and learn secrets that she would ultimately be able to use against them. Monsieur da Silva fell victim to her network of moles and was in turn blackmailed. It was quite the prosperous setup you had, knowing that they would not be prepared to lose their social standing if a secret was to find its way from where it had been hidden for so long.
That cannot be true, Margot. How could you do such a cruel thing?
That is rich, coming from you.
You are one of my oldest friends.
Did she know Florette, the other
High
maid?
and mighty Madame Van den Bosch. You think you can do what you wish when you wish it and there will be no repercussions. You are as bad as all of them.
If I do not get a straight answer out of you, I will march you to the police station myself.
I'm surprised it took the Major this long to start living with you. He must have been on the edge for some time.
How dare you speak to me like that? In my own home.
A home you share with the father of your daughter for so many years, and she still remains none the wiser.
You have no right.
Maman.
Angeline? Have you heard what she has admitted to? She is merely trying to make herself...
Is what she says true?
Oh
Felix,
no,
He
really?
was my father?
What, like, she was meant to be with Elizabeth.
That is the secret that the letter was talking about, isn't it? You told me that we had nothing to hide. Detective Poirot, were you aware of this?
Oui, mademoiselle. But it was not my place to repeat.
I don't understand. What about father? Your mama betrayed the love of a good, honest man and played away behind his back and then kept it hidden for all these years like a lady of the night with her client list.
You will say no more. Angeline, I...
Did Felix know?
This is not an appropriate conversation.
He knew, dear girl. He knew the whole time. It is only dear Edwin that was blind to their deceit.
You will not talk of him like that. You will not talk of him at all.
If I don't, who will? You never deserved
Okay,
him.
so maybe
You
Margot
don't
was
even
in love with
deserve the memory
Edwin?
of him.
Countess, there is something that you still have not explained.
What more is there for her to say?
How long were you in love with the Viscount?
There we go. Yeah, got it.
Margot? Is that true?
We were destined to be together. And then you turned up. And I was all but forgotten about.
I mean, you gotta give props to the
But
girl.
you were
She took a
nothing more
long
than
time to get that
friends.
revenge.
And you made sure of that, didn't you? From the day you arrived, it was all about what you wanted and what you had to do to get it. You didn't consider Edwin at all. He was just a purse to you.
I loved my husband, and I miss him every day.
Loved him enough to stray? Both of you, no more.
Please, Angela, let me explain.
Maman, I do not wish to hear anything else from you.
Not even your own daughter wants to hear your
Oh
lies
my god,
anymore.
Margot, stop.
Cassandra van den Bosch, all alone. How dare you!
While I feel a sense of satisfaction and pride in solving both cases, there is still a part of me that is reluctant to revel in triumph. I am content with the unmasking of Comtesse de Vos as the blackmailer, and knowing that she will pay for her crimes. But it is the justice for Mademoiselle Elizabeth that worries me. She will stand in a court of law, and I can only hope that they can see she acted in self-defense. I must trust that our legal system and justice will prevail.
Oh, don't tell me it's going to leave it on like a cliffhanger. We're not actually going to find out if she's
in
okay.
protecting her own life, she took the life of another. Perhaps the guilt she must live with is a greater punishment than any sentence she can receive. Comtesse de Vos was taken from Nemozine House in cuffs and placed under arrest. Although she initially tried to plead her innocence, Inga, along with a number of other girls that the Comtesse had found employment for, came forward and made full statements. She was charged with 5 counts of blackmail and extortion and sent to a house of corrections, where she will have a new life to become accustomed to. Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna were also reprimanded for their participation. While they may not be facing time in prison, tampering with a crime scene and obstruction of a police investigation are certainly not something that houses and new employers will look positively on.
Oh god. What are they gonna do?
Mademoiselle Angeline finally became Madame Demire, and together they took up residence in England, where Monsieur Demire continues to support and fight for fairness and equality in London. I am happy to say that we have remained in contact, and Madame Demire has become a regular correspondent of mine. And the latest joyous news is that they are expecting a child of their own. Madame van den Bosch showed compassion that I had not seen in her before. She stood in court and gave a truthful and genuine character reference of Elizabeth, as well as describing the Major and the atrocious crimes he had committed. After Madame van den Bosch's secret was revealed to the world, her position in the social hierarchy was no more, disappearing in a moment. While she still resides in Belgium, I believe she has had to adapt to a far more modest way of life. A humbling experience for her, I am sure. Following her actions in the courtroom, Angeline believed that her maman still had a place in her life. Although they are on different sides of La Manche, they remain.
Wouldn't it make more sense though if the mom just moved to England? It would have been more of a fresh start.
The same way she entered, confident in herself and audacious in her opinions. Her report of the Major's murder at the house and the surrounding blackmails became one of the most talked about stories of the year. While there were certain details of her own involvement that did not make it to print, she was really quite complimentary about the detective at the heart of the case. Monsieur de Silva tried to continue in his position as factory owner and business entrepreneur, but after his accounts and business dealings were investigated following the details of his blackmail being made public in Mademoiselle Conrad's article, his illustrious business empire began to crumble and is now facing an international corporate investigation. Monsieur Beckers stepped down from his position as union leader, accepting that he was no longer fit to represent the workforce that, in his words, he had let down on a scale of unmeasurable proportion. Although he is no longer the voice of the workers, he continues to support them from behind the scenes. Monsieur Zachariah and his brother made amends, and returning to his family home, and after sobering up, he was able to find the help that he required. I understand that he is now helping fellow soldiers with similar conditions.
That's nice.
And Mademoiselle Elizabeth, she stood before a court, and while the proceedings were deemed controversial, the charges against her were dropped.
Yay!
And the reasoning of self-defense was accepted by the presiding judge.
Oh, thank
Madame
God.
van den Bosch's testimony, along with Mademoiselle Angeline's declaration of her good character, was enough to show that it was not in Elizabeth's nature to act in such a violent way. The abundance of evidence against the Major, and his violent and cruel nature, including his appalling acts during the strikes and the war, was more than enough to prove that Mademoiselle Elizabeth had no other option in that situation but to defend herself in any way that she could. With the new arrival of Madame and Monsieur Demire's child next year, they have agreed to give Elizabeth the opportunity to return home to England and take up a position in their home as nanny.
No, happy ending, guys. Oh, amazing. GG.
The death of Elizabeth's beloved Luc has been at the center of everything. Had those in positions to help not acted with only themselves in mind, perhaps he would still be alive today, and the Major would have paid the price for his own crimes in the eyes of the law, not at the blade of a knife. The blood of Major Felix Egan will remain on Elizabeth's hands, a stain that wherever she is and whatever she may do, she will never be able to wash clean. However, it will remain as a reminder to not only her, but all of us, of what we as human beings are capable of to protect ourselves. We all have something that may be considered shameful or sinful, and it is how we deal with it that shows our true character. Those involved in the riots, the workers' deaths, and the Major's killing believed themselves to be untouchable. Whether it was from their social standing or their confidence in themselves, they learned that everyone is accountable for their actions. There is no exemption because of the suit you wear or the money in your bank account. There is no price to a man's life. It cannot be bought or traded or discarded. No man is better than another, including Detective Hercule Poirot.
We did it! We completed it! Oh my goodness. Alright. Oh. Yay.